Chapter 429. The Yangji Zong was very powerful in the Qiangan kingdom. It was only second to the imperial family, but its reputation had almost surpassed the imperial family. This was because the Yangji Zong had 2 Heaven Saint Masters, which was the same number as the imperial family. Aside from the Heaven Saint Masters, the number of Earth Saint Masters was no less than the imperial family's. There were over 20 of them, and several thousand disciples. It was truly a vast organization. The Yangji Zong was not a native organization of the Qiangan kingdom. Instead, it had been stationed there when the Qiangan kingdom had lost its former glory and declined. It had already been over 600 years since then. It had developed from an unknown sect to its current scale, and it even maintained a friendly relationship with the imperial family of the Qiangan kingdom. Almost every generation of the Yangji Zong was connected by marriage in order to improve their relationship. At this moment, in a majestic hall within the Yangji Zong, over a dozen people of various ages sat with stern faces. They were all the upper echelons of the Yangji Zong, so they could make decisions about everything within the Yangji Zong. In the center of the hall, a young man in luxurious white robes stood with a rather ugly expression. There were a few guards behind him, all of whom had respectful expressions. "Fei is what you said true? Has your third martial uncle really been killed?" A middle-aged man sitting at the front asked with a stern face. "Father, this matter is absolutely true. Third martial uncle and several dozen of our Yangji sect's disciples were all killed in the inn. The guards behind me saw it with their own eyes. I believe that the news will soon spread throughout the Qiangan kingdom." The young man in luxurious robes solemnly said. His face was also very solemn. "Then do you know who killed your third martial uncle?" The middle-aged man followed up with another question. "I've heard some information from the inn's waiter. The initial conclusion is that the person who killed my Yangji Zong is a young man around 20 years old. As for his identity, I don't know," the young man said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man sitting at the front seemed to think of something. His expression suddenly changed, and his gaze immediately became sharp. He stared at the young man and asked in a deep voice, a young man around 20 years old, "Fei do you know what he looks like?" The middle-aged man's change in expression stunned everyone present. Soon after, they seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed drastically. The young man was not stupid. He immediately noticed the change in the expressions of the upper echelons present. His heart immediately sank. He knew that the matter was probably more complicated than he had imagined. After a moment of silence, he said, "Father, I've never seen that person before, but from the waiter's description, I only know that he was extremely handsome. He had short hair that's an inch long." The middle-aged man muttered in a low voice. His expression also became extremely grave. He muttered in a low voice, "It really is him. It's exactly the same as the Grand Elder's description. I didn't expect that he would come to our Huayun sect today after causing such a ruckus in the imperial palace. It seems that he has come for the kingdom of Jessen." The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and said, "Fei you can leave now. I already know that person's identity. Perhaps our Yangji Zong will face a calamity. For the next 2 days, go hide outside for a period of time. Once everything has calmed down, come back. I'll immediately go and ask the old sect master." Hearing this, the young man's expression suddenly changed. He did not think that the matter would be so serious. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes, father. I'll take my leave now." After the young man left, the middle-aged man looked around and said with a grave expression, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know that person's identity. Go and arrange your people. Regardless of whether or not he has come for our Yangji Zong, we must make preparations." Although the news of Jianchen causing a ruckus in the imperial palace had been suppressed by the imperial family, Yangji Zong, a sect that had countless connections with the imperial family, had received the news immediately. Thus, although the upper echelons of the sect had never seen Jianchen before, they were not unfamiliar with him. His appearance and features were all memorized by them. Yes, sect master. The people sitting below all replied in unison before leaving with heavy expressions. After that, the sect master of Yangjizong personally went to the back of the mountain to report this matter to the old sect master. When the old sect master of Yangjizong heard about this matter, he immediately came out of the mountain with a slightly pale old man. He was a supreme elder of Yangjizong and had a noble status. From your description, I already know who this mysterious young expert is. Even if he is not from the kingdom of Jessen, he must be related to the kingdom of Jessen. We joined forces with the Blue Wind Kingdom to kill the experts of the kingdom of Jessen. In the end, because of this mysterious expert's appearance, we were defeated. 7 of us were killed by him with a sneak attack. His strength is not to be underestimated. The Supreme Elder with a slightly pale face said in a deep voice. He was one of the 2 people who survived the sneak attack of Jianchen. Old Gao, your injuries have more or less healed, right? How confident do you think our Yangji sect is in stopping that expert? The Yangji sect's old sect master's expression was very calm, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. That mysterious expert caused a ruckus in the palace yesterday. Even Qian Yun, who has reached the 5th rank, was not his opponent. With just the 2 of us, we have no chance of winning. The Supreme Elder, who was called Old Gao, said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the old sect master sneered with disdain and said, "If he is just making a ruckus, then I can let bygones be bygones. But if he dares to go too far, then he will regret it. A frog at the bottom of a well. Does he really think that I, Yangjizong, am a pushover? Old Yang, why do you say that? Do you have the confidence to deal with that mysterious expert?" The Supreme Elder looked at the old sect master with suspicion. The old sect master smiled and said, "Let's go to the front mountain first." Yangjizong Holy Mountain was the base of Yangjizong's sect. A few hundred years ago, this mountain range was just a mountain with good scenery. In the Qiangan Kingdom, it was unknown, but ever since Yangjizong set up camp here, this mountain range was named Yangji Holy Mountain. As Yangjizong gradually grew stronger, the Yangji Holy Mountain's reputation also gradually spread. Today, the Yangji Holy Mountain had practically become the holy mountain of Qiangan Kingdom. Every day, there would be people coming to the foot of the mountain to ask for a master or join the Yangji Holy Mountain. Jianchen used the power of the wind element to bring the mother and son several thousand meters into the air. They flew directly into the Yangji Holy Mountain and finally landed in front of the mountain. When Jianchen arrived, the entire Yangjizong was already on high alert. Over 100 disciples were gathered at the entrance, guarding there with serious expressions. They were ready to fight. Jianchen's arrival was immediately discovered by the disciples guarding the entrance. Immediately, a middle-aged man shouted, "A heaven saint master has come. Quickly inform the sect master." Hearing this, all the disciples took out a whistle from their arms and blew into it. An ear-piercing sound was transmitted, carrying a strong penetrating force that resounded throughout the entire mountain range. The entire Yangjizong began to stir. A large number of disciples put down the things in their hands and rushed in the direction of the whistle. A cold smile appeared on Jianchen's face. Yangjizong's appearance clearly showed that they were prepared. They knew that he would come. The innkeeper and her son stood behind Jianchen in fear. Although they already knew that Jianchen was very strong and was a heaven saint master, the Yangjizong's reputation in the Qiangan Kingdom was just too great. It had already left a shadow in their hearts. Therefore, the mother and son were now filled with worry. They did not know if Jianchen could stop the thousands of people and countless experts of the Yangjizong by himself. The white tiger obediently crouched on Jianchen's shoulder. It blinked its bright eyes and nimbly jumped from Jianchen's right shoulder to his left. It then tightly grabbed onto Jianchen's collar with its front paws, stabilizing its body. Jianchen turned back to the innkeeper and said, Auntie Sanzi, you two stay here. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Benefactor, you must be careful. Sanzi looked at Jianchen with a complicated expression and said in a low voice. Jianchen smiled indifferently. He then strode forward and grabbed at the air with both hands. The fire element in the surroundings immediately gathered, condensing into 2 fire elemental swords in the blink of an eye. They shot towards the tall entrance of the Yangji Zone with a wave of heat. Run! The expressions of the hundreds of Yangji Zone disciples guarding the entrance changed greatly. None of them dared to hesitate and immediately fled for their lives. Boom! With a loud boom, the tall entrance of the Yangji Zone was directly submerged in a wave of fire. Rocks flew in all directions in the wave of fire. The dozens of disciples guarding the entrance had no time to escape. They were all swallowed up by the wave of fire and let out miserable screams. Suddenly, a fierce wind raged between heaven and earth. The fierce wind raged between heaven and earth, blowing the fire towards the interior of the Yangji Zone. Some of the surrounding weeds and trees were set ablaze in the blink of an eye. The raging flames continued to spread into the distance. Soon, some of the wooden houses closer to the entrance were set ablaze. A fiery red flame rose and burned fiercely, emitting thick smoke like a black dragon circling between heaven and earth. Jianchen grabbed at the air with both hands and 2 fire elemental swords condensed in the blink of an eye. They then turned into a fiery red light and shot towards the Yangji Zone. The sky was covered in flames, and the flickering flames could be seen clearly even by the people at the foot of the sacred Yangji mountain. Chapter 430. Jianchen made a grabbing motion in the air, once again condensing 2 fire elemental swords and shooting them towards the sword qi. When the two collided, an intense energy fluctuation erupted in the air. The fire elemental swords and the sword qi dissipated at the same time. The sky was filled with flames like a cloud of fire, sprinkling down from the sky, submerging the buildings below and setting a large number of houses ablaze. The buildings in Yangji Zone were all made of wood, which had very weak fire resistance. Furthermore, the fire elemental swords condensed by Jianchen's world energy were not something that ordinary flames could compare to. Therefore, these wooden buildings were easily set ablaze. In the blink of an eye, the Yangji Zone was burning with raging flames everywhere. Many disciples were shuttling back and forth between the burning wooden houses, moving some valuable items. Many people picked up wooden buckets filled with water and began to extinguish the fire, preventing it from spreading further. In just a few breaths of time, Jianchen had caused a huge commotion in Yangji Zone. The lady boss of the inn, Sanzi, and the 2 mother and son stayed in their original positions, trembling with fear. They were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold in Yangji Zone. Their expressions constantly changed. Sometimes they would be happy, excited that Yangji Zone had fallen into such a state. Sometimes they would be alarmed. Yangji Zone had long left a strong and invincible shadow in their hearts. Jianchen's actions had thoroughly offended Yangji Zone. The mother and son, who had always lived at the bottom of society, were worried that they and Jianchen would bring great trouble to themselves. "Mother, this young master is so powerful. Who is he?" Sanzi stood there, cowering, and asked in a trembling voice. The lady boss of the inn shook her head blankly and said, "I don't know who this young master is. However, this young master seems to know your father. Since he is willing to help us, it seems that he has a good relationship with your father." Jianchen's eyes flashed as he looked ahead. Soon after, his body slowly rose from the ground, rising dozens of meters into the air. Opposite him, 2 old men in white robes quickly flew over from afar, facing Jianchen with a distance of 50 meters. The old lord of Yangji Zone looked down at the buildings that were filled with flames. His old face had long become very unsightly. He stared sharply at Jianchen and said in a deep voice, "Sir, who are you? Tell me your name." Jianchen's gaze casually swept past the 2 old men before landing on the great elder. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he said, "I never thought that I would meet you here. Humph, you can escape today, but you can't escape forever. I failed to take your life 2 days ago, so you won't be able to escape today." Seeing Jianchen ignore him like this, a cold light flashed through the eyes of the old lord of Yangjizong. Hearing Jianchen's words, the expression of the great elder of Yangjizong changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, even if I haven't seen the Heaven Saint Masters of the various kingdoms in this region, I've heard of them. There doesn't seem to be someone like you among them. Just who are you? Why have you interfered with the grievances between us and the kingdom of Jessen?" Jianchen sneered, "I've always been a member of the kingdom of Jessen. My visit here has nothing to do with the kingdom of Jessen. Your people from Yangjizong destroyed the saint weapon of my old friend's son yesterday, reducing him to a cripple who can't cultivate. I can't rest easy if I don't take revenge for this. Today, I'll use your Yangjizong's blood to atone for the sins of my old friend's son." Jianchen didn't waste any more words. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 fire elemental swords quickly condensed in front of him. With a flick of his hand, he shot them at the 2 people in front of him. The old lord of Yangjizong and the great elder of Yangjizong each sent out a sword chi to disperse the fire elemental swords that Jianchen had shot at them. The swords exploded into flames that filled the sky. They then pressed down on the buildings in Yangjizong below. The great elder of Yangjizong angrily roared. The water elemental energy in the surroundings surged wildly, gathering into a large ball of water above him very quickly. He then pointed a finger at the ball of water above his head, causing it to explode loudly. It turned into a torrential downpour in an attempt to extinguish the flames. The combination of water and fire immediately produced a sizzling sound. The rainwater was evaporated by the high temperature of the flames, turning into thick water vapor that rose from below. It covered the sky and the sun, filling up the entire sky. The world was shrouded in a thick layer of mist, making it impossible to see one's own fingers. Jianchen sneered and said in a cold voice, "Let's see if your water will extinguish my fire, or if my fire will evaporate your water." The fire elemental energy between heaven and earth surged wildly. Under Jianchen's will, the fire elemental energy within a radius of 15 miles gathered in his direction. A pink circle of light with a diameter of 10 meters quickly condensed above Jianchen's head. In the blink of an eye, it evolved from a faint pink circle of light into a fireball that burned with raging flames. The temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly with the appearance of the fireball. Seeing Jianchen's actions, the 2 experts of Yangjizong obviously knew what Jianchen was trying to do. Their expressions immediately changed. The old sect master of Yangjizong did not dare to hesitate. Wielding a sword that was covered in a layer of dense, earth-yellow saint force, he quickly charged toward Jianchen in an attempt to stop him. Jianchen sneered. With a thought, the fireball immediately exploded with a boom, turning into a wave of fire that shot toward the Yangjizong sect's base. Shortly after, the origin energy of the sword spirits shot out from their right hands, stabbing out with lightning speed and colliding with the old sect master's sword. As soon as the 2 collided, the old sect master of Yangjizong's expression abruptly changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and rapidly retreated in shock. A 2-finger-sized hole had appeared in the saint weapon in his hand. Seeing the hole in the saint weapon, the old sect master of Yangjizong's face was filled with shock. He stared at Jianchen in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, why, how is this possible?" The old sect master of Yangjizong was greatly shocked by the scene before him. This was because in a battle between experts of the same level, even if the difference in strength was great, it was still impossible to destroy a saint weapon so easily. At this moment, the fire had already engulfed the Yangjizong sect's base. Countless buildings were set ablaze, and the entire base of Yangjizong had been turned into a sea of fire. A large number of burning disciples were tossing and turning in the sea of fire as they cried out miserably. Countless people had been burned to death by the flames. These flames were no ordinary flames. They were condensed from the elemental energy of the world and were extremely violent. Those who were not strong enough were unable to withstand it for too long. The disciples who were fortunate enough not to be caught in the flames all panicked and began to flee in panic. In this life-threatening situation, even the upper echelons of the Yangji sect lost their usual calmness and began to flee, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire and be buried in the sea of fire. A battle between Heaven Saint Masters could be said to be an earth-shattering force. Just the shockwaves from the battle were not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even Earth Saint Masters would find it difficult to protect themselves. Whoosh! When the fire spread to the Yangji sect's encampment, heavy rain began to fall from the sky and began a battle with the raging flames below. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and the high temperature of the water vapor shrouded the heavens and earth, blocking out the sun. The great elder of the extreme Zongzong sect hovered in the air as he constantly gathered the elemental energy of the world to resist the flames. The mother and son of the inn had already retreated far away. The flames in front of them were extremely hot, so the two of them did not dare to get too close. Right now, the mother and son were dumbfounded as they stared at the scene in front of them. Was the scene in front of them really the high and mighty Yangji Zong that was as inviolable as an emperor? Looking at the pouring rain, a cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He immediately abandoned the old sect master of Yangji Zong and charged toward the great elder with the origin energy of the azulate sword spirits. Seeing Jianshan actually charge toward the great elder, the old sect master's expression could not help but change. He hurriedly warned, "Old Gao, be careful. The energy in his hand is very powerful. Do not take it head-on." Hearing the old sect master's warning, the great elder of Yangji Zong's expression slightly changed. He immediately stopped gathering the elemental energy of the water and a palm-sized, light blue sword quickly condensed in his hand. Using the advantage of its length, he avoided Jianshan's origin energy and stabbed toward the great elder's chest. Jianshan used the origin energy of the azulate sword spirits to engage in an intense battle with the great elder of Yangji Zong. In just 3 exchanges, the great elder's saint weapon was struck by the origin energy of the azulate sword spirits, immediately creating a 2-finger-sized hole in the saint weapon. He was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Jianshan was about to give chase and end the great elder's life, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky and locked onto Jianshan's body. At that moment, Jianshan felt as if the space around him had solidified, firmly locking his body in place. Moving was difficult, as if his entire body had sunk into a quagmire. A powerful aura radiated from the old sect master's body, soaring into the clouds. At that moment, the old sect master seemed to have transformed into a god of war, standing between the heavens and the earth. His white hair and robes fluttered in the wind. The long sword held high above his head emitted a dazzling light. Powerful energy constantly gathered, causing the space around it to distort, as if it could not withstand the pressure and would shatter. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. Fierce gales wreaked havoc in the world, blowing the sand and rocks from the ground into the air. Large amounts of burning buildings and wood flew in all directions. Even the lingering clouds that shrouded the mountain peak had completely disappeared in an instant. This is a heaven-tier battle skill. Jianshan stared at Yangji Zong in astonishment. He had never thought that the old sect master would actually possess a heaven-tier battle skill. This had indeed exceeded Jianshan's expectations. After returning to the kingdom of Jessen, he had seen many heaven saint masters, but there was no one else who possessed a heaven-tier battle skill other than Chang Bo and Chang Wuji. The imperial advisor of the Qin Empire, He Mingdong, naturally did not count as one of them. Jianshan's face became rather stern. The Heaven-tier battle skill used by a Heaven Saint Master was so powerful that even he had to be careful. He did not dare to be careless. Although he could easily kill Heaven Saint Masters, this was all because of the strength of the sword spirits. If he did not use this strength, Jianchen would have to expend quite a bit of effort to kill any Heaven Saint Master. Chapter 431. Down below, all the disciples of the Yangji Zong were dumbfounded. They all fled far away to look at the sky. They stared at the old sect master in shock and excitement. The fact that the old sect master had grasped a Heaven-tier battle skill made them feel proud as his disciples. They all had the same thought in their minds, that the old sect master would definitely be able to kill the invading enemies with his Heaven-tier battle skill. The revelation of the old sect master's Heaven-tier battle skill shocked the upper echelons of the Yangji Zong. Even the current sect master was no exception. The Yangji Zong was founded by the old sect master and had existed for several hundred years. During that time, no one knew that the old sect master had actually grasped a Heaven-tier battle skill. If it weren't for the fact that the invaders today were just too powerful, the fact that the old sect master possessed a Heaven-tier battle skill would probably not have been known to the outside world. Heaven Saint Masters did not need much time to prepare their Heaven-tier battle skills, so the old sect master finished charging up very quickly. He suddenly let out a roar that reverberated through the mountains. 100-meter-long streak of light shot out from the saint weapon in the old sect master's hand. It pierced the sky like a sword that held up the heavens. It was grand and majestic. Afterwards, the old sect master suddenly swung his saint weapon down toward Jianchen with lightning speed. The powerful aura shook the world as a dazzling light illuminated the surroundings. The energy that had been compressed to the limit was like a miniature sun, emitting a blinding light. Wherever the sword passed, the space there would violently distort. There were even extremely small cracks that were black in color. They were extremely eye-catching within the white light. Jianchen was firmly locked onto by the powerful aura of the Heaven-tier battle skill. There was no way for him to dodge or escape. The only thing he could do was take it head-on. Jianchen's face was solemn as he used the origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits to the limit. At the same time, his eyes became a strange violet color. His left eye flickered with a violet light while his right eye flickered with an azure light. It was like a pair of ghostly eyes that emitted a will-o'-the-wisp. On the ground, several dozen trees suddenly rose from the ground. They floated into the air with faint azulate sword chi, flying toward the huge streak of light like moths to a flame. Jianchen followed behind, raising the origin energy of the azulate sword spirits to receive the attack. The ground around the mother and son in the inn suddenly rose up, forming a completely sealed fortress that protected the mother and son. The soil rapidly solidified and constantly thickened. Very soon it became a rock that was as hard as steel. From a distance, boom! A huge explosion rang out as Jianchen and the old sect master's Heaven-tier battle skills collided. The violent shock waves of energy were like a flood, rushing out in all directions. The buildings in Yangji Zong that hadn't been engulfed by the sea of flames were as fragile as tofu in front of the powerful shock waves. They were sent flying without any resistance. Wherever the shock waves passed, everything in their path was mercilessly sent flying. Trees were uprooted, weeds were torn apart, and even a layer of soil was scraped off the ground. Only the rocks that protected the mother and son in the inn were able to withstand the shock waves, but they were also covered in crack. A moment later, when the energy shock waves finally calmed down, the entire Yangji sect's encampment had long been destroyed beyond recognition. Everywhere was a mess. Even the wooden houses and pavilions had been blown away by the energy shock waves, creating an empty space. The Yangji sect's disciples had all been hit by the powerful shock waves, and painful howls could be heard everywhere. Some of the weaker disciples had even fallen off a cliff not far away, dying for their lives. The old sect master of Yangji Zong sect hovered in the air with a pale face. A trace of exhaustion could be seen on his face. He didn't seem to care about the sex situation at all. At this moment, he was staring ahead with a solemn expression, and a trace of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Jianchen was still hovering in the air. The origin energy of the sword spirits in his right hand was still exuding pure sword chi, but compared to before, his face was slightly paler. His clothes had become tattered, making him look like a beggar. A faint trace of blood had appeared on his forehead, passing through his nose, lips, throat, and other parts of his body, all the way to his abdomen. His clothes had also been torn in half, and one could clearly see his white skin underneath. The power of a heaven-tier battle skill was just too great. With Jianchen's ability, even if he used his full strength, he still wouldn't be able to block it without suffering any damage. After all, a heaven-tier battle skill was not an earth-tier battle skill. If it were an earth-tier battle skill, even if it was a high-level one, it wouldn't be much of a threat to Jianchen. He could block it with just the elemental sword. However, Jianchen couldn't block a heaven-tier battle skill so easily. Even if he used the origin energy of the sword spirits, Jianchen still suffered some injuries. You actually managed to block my heaven-tier battle skill. Yang Jizong cried out in disbelief. His heart was in turmoil. Although the heaven-tier battle skill he used was only a primary heaven-tier battle skill, he had studied it for several hundred years. He had already mastered it to the point of perfection. He deeply understood the power of that attack. Even if his opponent was a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master, he definitely wouldn't be able to block it as easily as Jianchen. At the very least, he would be heavily injured. Jianchen's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "I never thought that you would actually know a heaven-tier battle skill. However, even if you use it, it won't change anything." With that, killing intent surged in Jianchen's eyes as he charged toward the old sect master with the origin energy of the sword spirits in his hand. The old sect master's greatest trump card was the heaven-tier battle skill. Seeing that it was unable to heavily injure Jianchen, he had already lost the courage to fight. He immediately retreated in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Jianchen. "Old Yang, I'll help you. Let's work together to deal with him. I refuse to believe that the heaven-tier battle skill is only able to injure him on the surface." The Great Elder quickly flew over from afar as he swung his huge sword at Jianchen with a surging blue light. A gleam of light flashed through the old sect master's eyes when he heard that. He immediately understood and said, "That's right. Even a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master wouldn't be able to block my heaven-tier battle skill so easily. Your injuries definitely aren't as light as they seem on the surface. You're still trying to act like nothing's wrong." The old sect master suddenly understood and was no longer afraid. His battle intent immediately surged as he advanced instead of retreating. His sword stabbed toward Jianchen with powerful ripples of energy. Jianchen looked at the two of them with a sneer. At this moment, the Great Elder had already approached Jianchen. His sword stabbed toward Jianchen's forehead with surging water attributed Saint Force. Jianchen's right arm suddenly shook as the origin energy of the sword spirits left behind a dazzling streak of light in the air. It collided with the Great Elder's sword at an extremely fast speed. The Great Elder knew how powerful the origin energy of the sword spirits was, so he did not dare to take it head-on. He suddenly pressed his sword downward, stabbing toward Jianchen's heart. Although Jianchen had lost his Saint Force and did not possess the same speed as before, his body was much stronger than before. He could use 80% of his speed with just his physical strength. His wrist nimbly rotated as the origin energy of the sword spirits chased after the Great Elder's sword. With a flash of light, the origin energy collided with the Great Elder's sword. A 2-finger-sized gap immediately appeared in the Great Elder's saint weapon. The Great Elder's face suddenly changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he had tried his best to avoid clashing with the origin energy of the sword spirits, He was unable to completely avoid Jianshan's attack under Jianshan's purposeful attack. Myriad illusory swords. The old sect master Yang Jizong also approached Jianshan and used a high-level earth-tier battle skill without any hesitation. The sword in his hand turned into a sky full of illusory swords that enveloped Jianshan. The illusory swords overlapped and blotted out the sun. Every single illusory sword was completely condensed from energy and possessed great destructive power. Jianshan's eyes flickered with an azure and violet light. Countless pieces of rock rose into the air and shot toward the old sect master's earth-tier battle skill with faint azure and violet sword chi. Each piece of rock was able to disperse a strand of sword chi. The dense amount of rock completely dissolved the old sect master's earth-tier battle skill. At the same time, the origin energy of the sword spirits in Jianshan's hand turned into a streak of rainbow light, stabbing toward the Great Elder with lightning speed. Spurt! The origin energy of the sword spirits stabbed out from between the Great Elder's eyebrows and exited from the back of his head. It pierced through his head and obliterated his soul on the spot. His soul was obliterated as a result. Old Gao! The old sect master cried out in grief. His eyes were about to pop out of their socket. Jianshan's left hand reached out with lightning speed and took the Great Elder's space ring. He then raised the origin energy of the sword spirits and slashed at the old sect master. The old sect master's expression changed. He no longer had the courage from before and immediately retreated. At the same time, he yelled, "You will regret your actions today. No matter who you are, I, Yang Jizong, will wipe out your entire family." Hearing this, Jianshan's face was filled with disdain. He chased after the old sect master and yelled, "From today onwards, the Yang Jizong will cease to exist. I'd like to see how Yang Jizong will destroy me." A frog in a well. Do you really think my Yang Jizong is just a small sect? The strength of my Yang Jizong is far beyond your imagination. The old sect master yelled out with great confidence. Jianshan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He immediately stopped chasing after the old sect master and said, "Does Yang Jizong have some sort of deep background?" The strength of my Yang Jizong is far beyond your imagination. In front of me, Yang Jizong, you're just an ant. This is only one of the branches that I, Yang Jizong, have set up to observe the situation of the continent. Today you've killed my Yang Jizong. In the future, I, Yang Jizong, will definitely send experts to wipe out your entire family." The old sect master yelled out. Jianshan sneered, "I don't care who you are. You won't be able to escape today." Jianshan did not waste any more words. The origin energy of the sword spirits began to glow with an almost tangible violet light. He then charged at the old sect master with great speed. He did not hide the intense killing intent in his eyes. The old sect master's face was sunken. He yelled out, "You will regret offending my protector clan." As he said that, the old sect master took out a piece of jade from his space ring. He crushed it with his hand and an inexplicable pulse of energy immediately surged out. The surrounding space began to violently distort before the old sect master's body vanished. Jianshan was shocked. He stared in the direction where the old sect master had disappeared in disbelief. He immediately closed his eyes and expanded his soul to cover a radius of 15 kilometers in an attempt to find the old sect master. However, to his disappointment, the old sect master seemed to have vanished into thin air. He was not within the range of Jianshan's soul. Chapter 432. What is this thing? It actually allowed someone to escape 15 kilometers away. Jianshan frowned slightly. His face was filled with doubt. He was very curious as to how the old sect master Yang Jizong had managed to escape. Also, what was that piece of jade he had crushed before he escaped? Jianshan carefully recalled the old sect master's words and murmured, "A protector clan? Looks like this Yang Jizong really is as he said. He's not as simple as he seems on the surface." But who cares what kind of organization he is? It's not like there aren't any large organizations that have enmity with me. One more doesn't matter. In this era, saint rulers rarely come out. An existence like that shouldn't personally come out for a small territory like Yangjizong. As for a heaven saint master, that kind of expert doesn't pose much of a threat to me. Thinking up to this point, Jianshan calmed down quite a bit. Soon after, he looked at the messy scene below and the disciples of Yangjizong. He immediately thought of how Sanzi's saint weapon had been destroyed by the disciples of Yangjizong. Killing intent immediately erupted from his eyes as he coldly said, "From today onwards, the Yangjizong no longer exists. Everyone will pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, for what you've done." Jianshan slowly closed his eyes. With his mind, he controlled everything in the world. Dozens of trees in the distance suddenly exploded, filling the sky with wood shavings. Like moths to a flame, the wood shavings shot towards the scattered disciples like moths to a flame. They were so densely packed that they blotted out the sun. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time. It was a terrifying sight. Faced with such an attack, the ordinary disciples of the Yangji sect were unable to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were pierced by dozens of bloody holes. Many of the disciples didn't even understand what was going on before they were shot to death by dozens of wooden shards and rock. Some of the people who had their throats pierced could not even hear the miserable cries of those who had their throats pierced. The scene was a complete massacre. Jianshan's mind covered a radius of 15 kilometers. Nothing in this area could escape his senses. Even an ant on the ground could be clearly sensed, so the disciples of Yangjizong had no chance of escaping. The dense wood shavings directly locked onto several thousand disciples and began a bloody massacre. The current sect master of Yangjizong and a few Earth Saint masters only lasted for less than a breath's time under this storm-like attack. The protective saint force around their bodies was dispersed and their bodies were pierced into a hornet's nest. Countless blood swords shot out of their bodies like fountains. It was a ghastly sight. In just a few breaths' time, all the thousands of disciples within 15 kilometers of Yangjizong died. Every one of them had dozens or even hundreds of bloody holes on their bodies. Bright red blood surged out and dyed the ground red. Not long after, it gathered into a river of blood that flowed up and down. The entire area was filled with a thick smell of blood. The purple light in Jianshan's eyes slowly dissipated. His eyes gradually returned to normal. He coldly looked down at the scene below. Soon after, the space rings on the hands of the upper echelons of Yangjizong left their fingers and quickly flew towards Jianshan in the air. In the end, they were caught by Jianshan. There were more than 10 of them in total. After that, Jianshan's mind covered the entire Yangjizong and took away all the cultivation manuals and monster cores in Yangjizong. Although these manuals did not interest Jianshan, they were still a fortune. In addition, the monster cores stored in Yangjizong were also very abundant. Although it was not as good as the treasury of the Pingyang Kingdom, it was not far off. There were more than 40,000 monster cores in total. Among them, there were 2 Class 6 monster cores, 300 Class 5 monster cores, and the rest were Class 4 monster cores and below. In such a short period of time, he had obtained tens of thousands of monster cores. This made Jianshan sigh in his heart. A few years ago, Jianshan was still desperately fighting against magical beasts for monster cores. Now, he had casually wiped out a sect and obtained such a huge harvest. This made Jianshan deeply understand the benefits of great strength. Jianshan calmed himself down. He came to the huge rock that was full of cracks outside Yangjizong's mountain gate. When the old sect leader of Yangjizong used the heaven rank combat skill, Jianshan controlled the earth element in the surroundings to form this huge rock to protect the mother and son in the inn. This was to prevent them from being affected. This was because at such a close distance, the aftermath of the heaven rank combat skill was enough to cause devastating damage to ordinary people like them. It was far beyond what they could withstand. With a thought, Jianchen silently split the huge rock into two halves, revealing the mother and son who were hiding inside. At this moment, the mother and son were standing there with pale faces, not knowing what to do. "Auntie, Sanzi, I have avenged you." Jianchen came to the mother and son's side and said softly. He looked at Sanzi with a trace of guilt in his eyes, because he was the one who had caused Sanzi to end up like this. The innkeeper and Sanzi stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. What appeared in front of them was a large expanse of empty ground. There was a large patch of soil on the ground that had been scorched black by the flames. The originally densely packed buildings had completely disappeared, leaving behind a mess. Even further away, large patches of corpses were strewn all over the ground. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Looking at the scene in front of them, the mother and son were so shocked that they were speechless. Their expressions were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine that Jianchen had actually reduced the incomparably powerful Yang Jizong to such a state by himself. Was the scene of corpses strewn all over the ground really caused by the strength of a single person? The mother and son were stunned by Jianchen's unbelievably powerful strength. It was only at this moment that the two of them suddenly understood that Jianchen's strength was far beyond their imagination. "Auntie, Sanzi, come back with me to the kingdom of Jessen. I will let you live a good life. You will no longer have to live in fear all the time like before. I promise you that no one in the kingdom of Jessen will dare to bully you." Jianchen spoke with a gentle voice full of concern. The innkeeper was the first to react. When she heard Jianchen's words, she immediately shook her head and said gratefully, "Sir, thank you for your kindness. You have already helped us a great deal. We do not want to trouble you and cause you more trouble. I have already decided to leave with Sanzi and go to a small mountain village to live a peaceful life." "How can that be? Auntie, come with me. I, Jianchen, swear that I will let you live a good life in the future." Jianchen hurriedly tried to persuade her. He would not let Uncle Kendall's family live such a hard life. After that, Jianchen spent a lot of effort to convince the mother and son to move to the kingdom of Jessen. After convincing the mother and son, Jianchen let out a sigh of relief. He then took the mother and son into the air and left the holy mountain of Yangji. After Jianchen left, on the holy mountain of Yangji, there were scattered disciples walking around the sect with dull expressions. Not all of Yang Jizong's disciples had died. Some disciples 15 kilometers away from Yang Jizong had luckily escaped. Although there were still disciples left in Yang Jizong, the upper echelons of Yang Jizong had all been killed. Only the old sect master had escaped by some unknown means. Now, Yang Jizong only existed in name. As the number one sect in the kingdom of Qiangan, Yang Jizong had a lot of people gathering at the foot of the holy mountain of Yangji every day. So, everyone at the foot of the holy mountain of Yangji could hear the soaring flames and deafening explosions clearly. At this moment, many people had gathered at the foot of the holy mountain of Yangji, pointing their fingers at the towering mountain peak and discussing it. Did something good happen to Yang Jizong today? They kept setting off firecrackers. That's not right. I clearly saw the soaring flames on the holy mountain of Yangji just now. Look, even some of the clouds in the sky are still black. Could it be that something big has happened in the Yangji sect? From the looks of it, it seems like some top experts are fighting. Are you stupid? Yang Jizong is so powerful. In the kingdom of Qiangan, who dares to go against Yang Jizong? Yang Jizong is the number one sect in the kingdom of Qiangan. They also have quite a good relationship with the royal family. In the kingdom of Qiangan, there is no force that dares to offend Yang Jizong. Many people who had come to join Yang Jizong and wanted to become his disciple were discussing spiritedly. They all voiced their guesses. Look, someone has flown away from the holy mountain of Yangji. It's a heaven saint master. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed person pointed at the sky and cried out. A heaven saint master has flown away from the holy mountain of Yangji. Did something really happen to Yang Jizong? A few quick-witted people immediately linked the holy mountain of Yangji to the strange phenomenon that had occurred earlier. Their expressions immediately changed. Since there are no Yang Jizong disciples here to stop us, why don't we go up and take a look? Immediately after, the people who had gathered at the foot of the mountain started to climb up the holy Yangji mountain. Very quickly, they arrived at the Yangji sect's encampment. However, the scene in front of them made everyone's eyes widen. Yang Jizong has been destroyed. After a long time, a cry of surprise came out of nowhere and woke everyone up. The news of Yang Jizong's destruction could not be concealed at all. Afterwards, the news spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom of Qiangan, shaking the entire kingdom. However, none of this had anything to do with Jianchen. At this moment, he was bringing the innkeeper and her son back to the eastern fort of the kingdom of Jessen after a few hours of flight. Chapter 433. In the 2 days that Jianchen had been away, the kingdom of Jessen's eastern fort was very peaceful. The Blue Wind Kingdom's army did not attack again. As for the first-class city where the eastern fort's army was stationed, both sides of the collapsed walls were filled with craftsmen. Tens of thousands of craftsmen began to rebuild the tall walls, dividing up the work in an orderly manner. Jianchen flew directly into the city with the mother and son pair. In the end, he descended in front of the inn that had been converted into a temporary command post. When his feet touched the ground, the mother and son pair's legs went soft and they almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. The owner of the inn was a person who could not cultivate saint force in the first place. As for the 3 children who had condensed saint weapons, they had become ordinary people after their saint weapons were destroyed. Their bodies were very weak, and after flying for so long, the mother and son pair's legs had already become numb. Jianchen's descent from the sky immediately alarmed the soldiers guarding the inn. They all shouted and rushed over, surrounding Jianchen from afar. Their faces were very serious, and they did not know whether Jianchen was a friend or foe. Such a scene immediately made the mother and son pair nervous. They hid behind Jianchen while trembling with fear, wondering if the scene of Yang Jizong would repeat itself. A person who looked like a military officer walked out from inside. When he saw Jianchen, his face immediately changed and he quickly shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "What are you doing? This is Lord Imperial Protector, quickly greet Lord Imperial Protector." Jianchen's identity was known by many high-ranking military officers, but to the ordinary soldiers, there were not many people who could recognize Jianchen. Although Jianchen had displayed extraordinary strength in the battle outside the city, there were very few people who could see his face clearly. Hearing the military officer's words, the soldiers let out a sigh of relief and bowed to Jianchen. "Greetings, Lord Imperial Protector." However, all the soldiers were very curious. They did not know when the kingdom of Jessen had an imperial protector. Not only had they never heard of him before, but he was also ridiculously young. The military officer immediately arrived in front of Jianchen. He first bowed to Jianchen and said respectfully, "Lord Imperial Protector, this subordinate is Lin Yan. How may I be of service to Lord Imperial Protector?" "Is General Liu here?" Jianchen asked. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, he looked into the inn and saw General Liu in armor quickly walking in from outside. He came in front of Jianchen and bowed respectfully to Jianchen. "Lord Imperial Protector, you are finally back. Did anything happen in the 2 days I was away?" Jianchen asked calmly. General Liu shook his head and said, "Nothing bad happened, but there was a lot of good news. Lord Imperial Protector, let's go in and talk." "All right." Jianchen nodded and agreed. He then turned to look at the mother and son in the inn and said softly, "Auntie Sanzi, you should rest here for 2 days. You haven't eaten all day, so you must be hungry." Jianchen treated the mother and son in the inn with concern from the bottom of his heart. Old General Lu's gaze also landed on the mother and son in the inn. With his sharp eyes, he could tell with a single glance that the mother and son were people who lived at the lowest level of society. Their expressions were filled with unconcealable fear, and even their gazes were evasive when they looked at him. General Lu was a little confused. He did not know what the relationship between the mother and son and the imperial protector of the Qin Empire was. The innkeeper did not have any objections and said, "I will do as benefactor says." Jianxin smiled bitterly and said, "What benefactor? Auntie, you can just call me Jianxin in the future." How can I do that?" The innkeeper suddenly became a little helpless. Although she lived at the lowest level of society, she still knew a little about etiquette. Even this seemingly high-ranking general had to bow to Jianxin and address him as the imperial protector. However, she directly called Jianxin by his name. This made her feel a little terrified. After hearing Jianxin's words, General Lu and the officer who had come out earlier both changed their expressions. The two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Immediately, the way they looked at the mother and son in the inn changed greatly. This was because neither of them knew the name of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. However, at this moment, this imperial protector was treating the mother and son in such a friendly manner. Even with his noble status, he actually took the initiative to let the mother and son call him by his name. This was enough to show that the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. This made General Lu and the officers' thoughts become active. Although it was very difficult to establish a relationship with the Qin Empire's imperial protector directly, they could do it from the side. The identity of the Qin Empire's imperial protector was too special. If any family in the Kingdom of Jessen were to establish a relationship with the Qin Empire's imperial protector, it would be a great honor for the family. Even if they were from a small family, they would instantly become an existence that no one dared to provoke. After that, the old general called over an officer of high status. This officer was a member of the old General Lu's family and had the same bloodline as the old General Lu's. He asked him to personally entertain the mother and son duo at the inn and treat them as VIPs without the slightest neglect. He also whispered something in the officer's ear. Following this, the officer's expression changed. He immediately put on a smile and respectfully invited the mother and son in. His warm attitude made the mother and son feel very uncomfortable. Even their movements were restricted, and they did not know what to do. After all, they were facing a high-ranking officer. Afterwards, Jianxin and General Lu went to a room with good soundproofing. Xiaotian, Kafir, and another expert from the Kingdom of Jessen who had received the news also hurried over. They gathered together and reported the situation of the past 2 days to Jianxin as subordinates. Lord Imperial Protector, as of this morning, we have received news from the northern and western fortresses. The armies of the Qiangan Kingdom and the Hidden Dragon Kingdom have retreated from our Kingdom of Jessen's territory. Furthermore, the two kingdoms have sent envoys in hopes of negotiating with our Kingdom of Jessen, General Lu said. Hearing this, Jianxin smiled. This news was indeed great news for the Kingdom of Jessen. With the two kingdoms retreating, the pressure on the Kingdom of Jessen would be reduced by a lot. What's the situation at the southern fortress? Jianxin immediately asked. Lord Imperial Protector, we received news from the southern fort yesterday. A few imperial protectors from Qin Huangju have already arrived at the southern fort. The experts from both sides had a huge battle in the wilderness. 2 experts from the Anles Kingdom fell, while the remaining experts from the Anles Kingdom fled without a fight. Currently, the Anles Kingdom's army has retreated to a location 100 miles away, biding their time. General Lu spoke with unconcealable excitement on his face. It could be said that the Kingdom of Jessen had completely survived the ordeal. Jianxin nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. Of the 5 Heaven Saint Masters from the Qin Empire, only Xiaotian remained in the eastern fortress. The other 4 had gathered in the southern fortress. Coupled with Chong Wuji and the 3 Heaven Saint Masters from the Kingdom of Jessen, the number of Heaven Saint Masters in the southern fortress had reached a terrifying 8. Unless something unexpected happened, the Anles Kingdom would not be able to breach the southern fortress even if they sent all of their Heaven Saint Masters. This was because the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire were just too powerful. Each of them could easily fend off 2 opponents of the same level, and all of them possessed heaven-tier battle skills. "General, there's important news." At this moment, a loud voice rang out from outside the room. General Lu's face immediately became stern. He yelled, "Come in!" The door opened and an armored general walked in. He respectfully bowed to Jianshan and the 3 Heaven Saint Masters before taking out a letter. He said, "General, the army of the Blue Wind Kingdom has begun to retreat. At the same time, they have sent a letter of surrender." General Lu's face lit up. He quickly took out the letter of surrender and began to read it. A happy smile gradually appeared on his face. "Fantastic, fantastic! This letter was personally written by the King of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Not only did they withdraw their army from the Kingdom of Jessen, they are also willing to compensate us for our losses. Currently, the ambassador from the Blue Wind Kingdom is also on their way. They hope to discuss further with the Kingdom of Jessen." Hearing this, the principal of the Kargath Academy and the other Heaven Saint Master of the Kingdom of Jessen revealed a smile. Their faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. Currently, the situation at the 3 forts in the east, west, and north of the Kingdom of Jessen had stabilized. Only the Anles Kingdom in the south had yet to withdraw their army. However, the people present were not worried at all. The southern fort of the Kingdom of Jessen had gathered 8 Heaven Saint Masters. It could be said that the Anles Kingdom did not have the ability to break through the blockade of 8 Heaven Saint Masters. Their withdrawal was only a matter of time. The people present calmed down very quickly. General Lu sat back down and said, "Imperial Protector, did your trip to the Qiangan Kingdom go smoothly?" "Yes." Jianshan nodded slightly and said, "You don't have to worry about the Qiangan Kingdom. It's already been resolved. Their king has also promised that he will not do anything harmful to the Kingdom of Jessen." "That's good, that's good. It's been hard on you, Imperial Protector. The assistance you have provided to the Kingdom of Jessen will be deeply remembered by all the citizens of the Kingdom of Jessen. It will never be forgotten." General Lu's face was filled with gratitude. Afterward, the principal of the Kargath Academy, Kafir, and the other expert of the Kingdom of Jessen also expressed their gratitude before the crowd dispersed. Jianchun carried the little white tiger to the room where the mother and son were resting in. He just happened to see the military officer that old General Lu had arranged for him to greet the mother and son warmly, as if he was very close to them. On the dining table, there was already a plate of hot delicacies, giving off an alluring aroma that whetted one's appetite. Chapter 434. As soon as he saw Jianshan enter, the officer immediately greeted Jianshan respectfully. Jianshan dismissed the officer before saying to the mother and son, "Auntie, Sanzi, are you used to living here?" "It's all right. It's just that the general is a little too passionate. It's a little unbearable," the owner of the inn replied. Afterward, Jianshan conversed with the mother and son and finally learned their names. The owner of the inn was called Shen Fang. She was born in a small mountain village, and her parents had passed away early. She grew up in the same village as Uncle Kendall and had fallen in love with each other since they were young. After they grew up, they were arranged to get married by the villagers. Sanzi's name was Ken III. It sounded a little old-fashioned, but people who grew up in a small mountain village did not have good names. As a result, under Kendall's suggestion, Ken III became Sanzi's name. Kendall was the strongest person in the village in terms of cultivation. He had condensed a saint weapon at the age of 21 and would often hunt in the mountains. He would bring back some wild beasts to share with the villagers. He was deeply respected by everyone in the village. However, although life in the village was rather comfortable, Kendall had left the village soon after his third son was born due to the lack of resources. He wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible and also for his son's future. He wandered the Tianyuan continent by himself. In the past 20 years, Kendall would return home every once in a while. He would bring back quite a lot of money each time, greatly improving the living conditions of the family. He even left behind 2 Class 1 monster cores for Sanzi's cultivation. As time went on, Kendall's family became wealthier and wealthier. In the end, they opened a small inn in a Grade 2 city in the Tiangon Kingdom and stayed there for 10 years. Benefactor, my Kendall used to come back at least 2 or 3 times a year. I don't know what happened to him in the past few years, but he hasn't come back even once. There's no news from him at all. Benefactor, tell me, where is my Kendall now? Shenfang asked again, her face full of hope. Jianchen sighed inside when he heard that. However, he did not show it on the surface. He said, Auntie, Uncle Kendall received a very lucrative mission a few years ago, so he went to a very distant kingdom with a group of people in a hurry. Just the journey would take a year or 2, but he's been gone for so long. I believe he'll be back very soon. Jianchen did not want to tell this sad matter to the mother and son. He could only make up a lie to fool them. Although he knew that this matter would be discovered sooner or later, he could delay it for as long as possible. He believed that the mother and son would realize that something had happened to Kendall. At that time, they would at least be mentally prepared. Then, it would not be too late to tell them the truth. At the very least, their tolerance would be stronger. Shenfang did not doubt Jianchen's words. Her face suddenly showed a trace of realization. She murmured, No wonder our Kendall hasn't come back for so many years. Turns out that he went on a long journey. Jianchen stayed for a while before leaving. As for Shenfang and her son, Jianchen had already made arrangements for them. He planned to bring them to Lore City and settle them down in Changyang Prefecture. With his current status, he believed that no one in Changyang Prefecture would dare to oppose his decision. For the sake of the two of them, Jianchen purposefully stayed for an extra day so that the two of them could have a good rest. Otherwise, he would have left in a hurry to fly to the Changyang clan. Early the next morning, news came from the southern fortresses. The army of the Antilles Kingdom had completely retreated from the kingdom of Jesson. At the same time, the king of the Antilles Kingdom had also issued a letter of surrender and promised to compensate the kingdom of Jesson for the war. In addition, the Antilles Kingdom had also temporarily formed a special group of ministers and princes to head to the kingdom of Jesson. They were very sincere. At the same time, General Liu also received an imperial edict from the king of the kingdom of Jesson, requesting the leaders of the various fortresses to closely monitor the situation of the enemy's retreat. At the same time, the army would advance and reoccupy the border fortresses. At this point, the war that had lasted for a few months finally came to an end. However, the final result made everyone's jaws drop. They felt that it was very unbelievable. Some of the surrounding kingdoms that did not participate in the war sent out a large number of spies to gather the latest information. Before long, a shocking piece of news rapidly spread. However, only the leaders of the various large organizations and important figures of the kingdoms knew about it. They were immediately speechless from shock. The kingdom of Jesson had actually allied with one of the 8 great empires of the continent, the Qin Empire. Although the Qin Empire was very far away, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the deterrence of one of the 8 great empires was still extremely great. No one dared to look down on it. Other than that, an extremely young and mysterious expert had mysteriously appeared in the kingdom of Jesson. First, he had wreaked havoc in the imperial palace of the Pingyang Kingdom, capturing the Pingyang king in front of all the officials. Then, he had wreaked havoc in the imperial palace of the Tiangon Kingdom, killing 2 experts in the palace. In the end, he had annihilated the strongest organization in the Tiangon Kingdom, Yangji Zong. In total, he had killed over a dozen heaven saint masters from 3 kingdoms. Everyone who heard this news was shocked. Has the peerless ancestor Chongyang returned? There doesn't seem to be anyone else with such battle prowess apart from him. Has the ancestor Chongyang broken through? Many experts thought of the same person as soon as they heard this news. However, after this matter, the status of the Kingdom of Jessen rapidly rose due to its relationship with the Qin Empire. Even a few powerful kingdoms that were tens of thousands of kilometers away received the news and sent their own envoys to the Kingdom of Jessen with gifts. 40,000 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Jessen, there was a kingdom called the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was one of the few powerful kingdoms within 100,000 kilometers. It was extremely powerful, 2 times the size of the Kingdom of Jessen. There were 16 known Heaven Saint Masters in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. In the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the king sat in a majestic hall. An old man and a young man knelt before him with their heads lowered. The king gently sighed as he sat on the dragon throne. He murmured, "I never thought that the Kingdom of Jessen would have connections with the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great kingdoms. The Qin Empire has even sent a few imperial advisors to assist us. How unbelievable!" The king glanced at the 2 people below and said, "My son, Prime Minister Che, I have summoned you today because I have an important mission for you. The 2 of you will immediately set off tomorrow morning with gifts to the Kingdom of Jessen. You will investigate the relationship between the Kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire. Prime Minister Che, I trust you know what to do next." This old subject understands. The old man kneeling below bowed and said, "Yes." The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom pondered for a moment before speaking again. The land that the Kingdom of Jessen occupies has many fertile lands. If they are given time, they will develop into a country that is no weaker than our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. No matter what the relationship between them and the Qin Empire is, it is worth it for us to rope them in. This will be of great benefit to our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. I have heard that the king of the Kingdom of Jessen dotes on his daughter, Princess Glan. She is also known as the most beautiful woman in the Kingdom of Jessen. She is naturally beautiful and has great talent in cultivation. My son, the main purpose of your trip is to propose marriage to the king of the Kingdom of Jessen. I hope that our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Kingdom of Jessen will be able to form a marriage alliance. I will obey father's orders." The battle in the Kingdom of Jessen had come to a complete stop. The Heaven Saint Masters stationed in the surroundings had all returned. The next morning, Jianchen and Shao Tian planned to leave as well. However, before they left, General Lu suddenly found them and said, "Imperial Protector, our king has already set up a banquet in the Imperial Palace. He sincerely welcomes the Imperial Protector's assistance. He hopes that you can come to the palace for a chat so that we can play host to you." Jianchen refused without any hesitation. "I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't be going. Shao Tian, you go in my place." "Yes, Imperial Protector." Shao Tian clasped his hands. A trace of regret appeared on General Lu's face when he heard this. However, he also understood that it was indeed a little beneath the status of the Qin Empire's Imperial Protector to attend a banquet like this. Even sending an ordinary Imperial Protector to a banquet like this was giving the Kingdom of Jessen enough face. "Imperial Protector, where should I go to find you?" Shao Tian asked. "Go to Lore City to find me. I should be staying there for quite some time." Jianchen replied without any hesitation. Lore City. General Lu, who was standing at the side, memorized this name in his heart. Afterwards, Jianchen left with the owner of the inn, Shen Fang, and her son. After identifying the people below, he shot off into the air with mixed feelings. 10 years passed like a day. Unknowingly, many years had passed since Jianchen left Chongyang Prefecture. Back then, because of the Huayun sect, Jianchen had no choice but to conceal his identity and leave his hometown to flee the Kingdom of Jessen. However, no one could have imagined that the weak youth from back then would grow to a level where he could look down on all heroes in just a few short years. He returned with the aura of a king. Jianchen flew at high speed in the air, allowing the fierce winds to blow against his face. All he could hear was the rumbling of the wind, which was deafening. Shunfang and her son were tightly wrapped in a layer of wind elemental energy. They could only see the ground rapidly receding beneath their feet. Jianchen's expression was very complicated. His eyes were somewhat distracted, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Changyang Prefecture. Do you still remember that there was a fourth young master called Changyang Shoten? Chapter 435. The kingdom of Jessen's lore city was a first-class city. There were more than a dozen such cities in the kingdom of Jessen, but they were not very famous. There were a total of 4 major powers in Lore City. They were the Changyang Prefecture, the Tianling clan, the Qing clan, and the Yan clan. These 4 organizations were the most powerful in Lore City. They occupied the north, south, east, and west of the city respectively. The Changyang clan had the longest history out of the 4, having existed for much longer than the other 3 organizations. It was said that when the Jessen kingdom had just been founded and Lore City had just been built, they had already been stationed there. At this moment, in the Changyang Prefecture, where the 4 clans of Lore City resided, there was a luxurious room. There were a few pots of famous flowers in the room, giving off a faint fragrance that filled the entire room. Just a whiff of it would make one feel relaxed and happy. Inside the large room, a woman in a white dress who looked to be around 30 years old was pacing back and forth restlessly. The woman had an extraordinary temperament, graceful and luxurious. Although she was already over 30 years old, there was still a trace of her beauty that could topple countries. "Fourth sister, are you there?" Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a soft voice came in from outside. Hearing this, the woman who was pacing around in the room walked over and opened the door. She saw a beautiful woman standing outside the door. She looked like she was in her 30s. "Second sister." Seeing the beauty outside, the woman in the white dress called out softly. Then, she stepped aside and invited the second sister in. The middle-aged woman called the second sister glanced at the woman in the white dress and said, "Fourth sister, I've noticed that you've been a bit off lately. Is there something on your mind?" The fourth sister sighed softly. Her expression became very complicated. She said softly, "Second sister, I've been feeling uneasy these past few days. It's hard for me to calm down. Is something going to happen soon?" The second sister stared at the fourth sister for a while, and then she sighed lightly. "Fourth sister, are you thinking about Xiangtian again?" Hearing this, the fourth sister's expression immediately became gloomy. She lowered her head and did not say anything. Her eyes were filled with deep longing and sorrow. There was even a faint layer of hazy mist. Seeing the fourth sister like this, the second sister sighed in her heart. She calmly said, "Fourth sister, don't be too sad. Xiangtian's talent is outstanding. He'll definitely receive the blessings of the heavens. It won't be long before he comes back." Towards the end, the second sister's voice became softer and softer, clearly lacking confidence. Changyang Shoten had left Changyang Prefecture at the age of 15. He had wandered the outside world alone. Moreover, he had to avoid the pursuit of the Huayun sect and the search of large numbers of mercenaries. It was extremely dangerous. It had already been several years since Changyang Shoten had left Changyang Prefecture. During that time, Changyang Prefecture had sent people everywhere to search for Changyang Shoten. However, there had been no news at all. It was as if Changyang Shoten had completely disappeared. No matter how many people the Changyang Prefecture had sent out, there had been no news at all. Currently, everyone in Changyang Prefecture believed that Changyang Shoten had met with a mishap. That was because the Tianyuan continent was just too dangerous. There was slaughter everywhere. Even in cities that had garrisons to maintain order, there were many hot-tempered mercenaries who would kill each other. They would fight over the slightest disagreement. There was no reason to speak of. It was all about strength. In such an environment, the chances of a 15-year-old child surviving were extremely slim. Everyone knew this clearly. Second sister's words evoked the bitterness in Bai Yuntian's heart. More and more tears gathered in her eyes. Soon, they burst out of her eyes and flowed down her face. Bai Yuntian's body gently sobbed as she sobbed. I don't know where Xiang is right now. Will he be able to come back? Bai Yuntian was extremely worried about whether her son was still alive after not hearing from him for so long. The second sister pulled Bai Yuntian to the bed and sat down. She let out a long sigh and said, Fourth sister, don't think too much about it. Aren't you and I the same? Mingyue is just too stubborn. Just because she was dissatisfied with the engagement a year ago, she actually ran away from the Changyang clan. Even now, we don't know where that brat is. I'm even more worried than you about her wandering outside by herself. And big sister Ling Long. She's probably much sadder than the two of us. Ahu's 4 limbs have been chopped off. In the future, even his most basic needs will be taken care of by others. He's completely a cripple who can't do anything. I really don't know if Ahu can handle such a blow. Even now, I'm still worried that Ahu won't be able to accept this reality after he wakes up, so he'll want to commit suicide. Outside Lore City, a faint, azure speck of light rapidly descended from the sky. It landed in a forest and disappeared. After a few hours of flight, Jianshan finally arrived at Lore City with Xin Fang and her son. Jianshan slowly walked out of the small forest and stared blankly at the tall city walls 5 kilometers away. His expression was extremely complicated because that was where his home was. Although it had been several years since they had parted, Lore City still maintained its original appearance. The simple walls still had traces of time that were difficult to wash away. Scattered merchants were entering and leaving the city gates. Perhaps it was because of the war, but the number of merchants entering and leaving Lore City was much lower than before. Even the guards on the city gates were made up of old and frail men. The young and strong men had long been dragged to the front lines to fight. Jianshan stared at Lore City with a complicated expression for a long time before slowly walking over with Xin Fang and Ken Lil San. They did not speak along the way and the atmosphere was rather gloomy. Now that the war had calmed down, Jianshan brought the two of them into the city without any obstructions. He found an inn and settled them down temporarily before leaving in a hurry. Before long, Jianshan arrived at Changyang Prefecture. The current Changyang Prefecture did not seem to have changed much compared to a few years ago. A pink wall surrounded Changyang Prefecture. A few tall trees stretched over the wall, their lush branches extending outwards as if they were peeking at the scenery outside. Jianshan arrived at the gates of Changyang Prefecture with mixed feelings. He saw that the gates of Changyang Prefecture were tightly shut. There were no guards outside at all. It was even quieter inside. Not a single sound could be heard. It was much more desolate compared to a few years ago. Jianshan immediately released the senses of his soul, enveloping Changyang Prefecture. Everything within Changyang Prefecture was imprinted in his mind. There were very few people in Changyang Prefecture now. There were less than 50 guards scattered around. Over 100 servants and maids were busy. Compared to the thousands of people a few years ago, it was much more desolate. Jianshan also discovered a familiar figure in a pagoda-shaped building in the backyard of Changyang Prefecture. It was the old man who had guarded the armory. Back then, Jianshan could not see through the old man's strength at all. Now, he could easily sense the old man's strength. He was a 4th cycle Earth Saint Master and was also the only Earth Saint Master in Changyang Prefecture. Jianshan arrived at the gates of Changyang Prefecture. He extended his hand and patted the heavy gates, producing a dull sound. Not long after, the heavy gates slowly opened. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance poked his head out. He looked at the door suspiciously and asked, "Kid, who are you looking for?" Although the middle-aged man did not know how to be polite, His tone was still polite. Jianchen did not say anything. He pressed his palm against the gate and exerted a little force. The heavy gates, which were only slightly ajar, immediately opened wide, revealing the courtyard of Changyang Prefecture. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man's expression became somewhat ugly. He shouted with a sharp gaze, attracting the attention of a pair of patrolling guards. Jianchen stood there with his head held high. He looked at the scenery of Changyang Prefecture with a complicated expression and murmured, "Do you still remember that Changyang Prefecture had a fourth young master called Changyang Shoten?" A nostalgic look appeared in Jianchen's eyes. Where did this fourth young master come from? What Changyang Shoten? "Kid, stop talking nonsense. Who are you? Tell us your name immediately." The middle-aged man shouted with a sharp gaze. At this time, a group of guards came from afar. There were a total of 10 of them, all wearing the same uniform. Except for 3 older middle-aged men, the rest were young men in their 30s. However, when the 3 older guards heard the words Changyang Shoten, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and then immediately left the group and ran over. Their eyes were fixed on Jianchen. One of them said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Have you seen the fourth young master, Changyang Shoten?" There was a hint of urgency in his tone. The 3 older guards had stayed in Changyang Prefecture for a long time and had seen Changyang Shoten before. In addition, Changyang Prefecture had sent out a large number of people to search for Changyang Shoten. The 3 of them happened to be one of those people. Therefore, the 3 older guards were very sensitive to the words Changyang Shoten. Jianchen did not speak. He glanced at the 3 guards and found that he did not know any of them. In fact, among the many guards in Changyang Prefecture, Jianchen did not know any of them. The 3 guards stared at Jianchen's resolute and handsome face. Suddenly, one of them seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flashed and he stared at Jianchen in disbelief. He exclaimed, "You look so much like the fourth young master. You are the fourth young master, Changyang Shoten." Hearing this, the other 2 guards who had seen Changyang Shoten were shocked. They carefully looked at Jianchen. Although Jianchen had changed a lot over the years, he still retained some of his old appearance. The more they looked, the more they felt that the young man in front of them was the fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten. The middle-aged man who opened the door looked at Jianchen with a puzzled expression. He had not been in Changyang Prefecture for long and had never heard of Changyang Shoten's name. Jianchen felt bitter. He had left Changyang Prefecture for too long. A few years had passed and he thought that Changyang Prefecture had forgotten about him. He did not expect that there would still be guards who recognized him. Chapter 436. Are you really the fourth young master? One of the guards stared at Jianchen and asked again. The other 2 guards also looked nervous, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. Only the guards behind them, who had never seen Jianchen before, had a puzzled look on their faces. Jianchen nodded with a complicated expression and said, "Yes, I am Changyang Shoten. I didn't expect that after so long, there would still be people who recognize me." You really are the fourth young master. It really is the fourth young master. The fourth young master is back. The 3 guards who recognized Jianchen suddenly became excited. A few years ago, they were sent to find Changyang Shoten and suffered a lot. They ran all over the world to ask for information, but there was no trace of Changyang Shoten at all. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. "Hurry up and tell fourth madam about this." A quick-witted guard immediately ran inside. Jianchen strode over the high threshold and entered Changyang Prefecture with complicated feelings. He walked toward his mother's room. Now that he knew Jianchen's identity, the guard who opened the door no longer dared to stop Jianchen. He then quietly came to the patrolling guards and asked in a low voice, "Brothers, when did our Changyang Prefecture have a fourth young master? Do you know the name Changyang Shoten?" The guards shook their heads blankly. They didn't know about the existence of Changyang Shoten. I think I heard from my uncle that our master has 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. Apart from the first young master, second young miss, and third young master, there is also a 4th young master. His name seems to be Changyang Shoten, but he left Changyang Prefecture when he was very young. There has been no news of him since then. No one knows where he went, a guard said softly. Hearing this, the guards were slightly shocked. Their gazes toward Jianshan's back changed. In the courtyard of Changyang Prefecture, Bai Yuntian and Yu Fengyan were sitting by the bed and talking with worried expressions. There were obvious traces of tears on Bai Yuntian's face. "Fourth sister, I can understand how you feel. Don't be too sad. Xiang Tian is very lucky. Furthermore, you know how smart he is. He will definitely be fine. He is most likely hiding in a secluded place." Yu Fengyan comforted gently. She had said the same thing countless times to Bai Yuntian. Over the years, whenever Bai Yuntian was sad, it would be Yu Fengyan who comforted her. She had said all sorts of comforting words countless times. She could not find anything new. "Fourth madam, fourth madam." Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks came in. The knocks on the door were very loud. There was no doubt that if the knocks were to continue, the door would be broken. The 2 women were startled by the sudden knocks on the door. Yu Fengyan frowned and called out, "Who's making such a ruckus? Where are your manners?" Hearing Yu Fengyan's call, the guard who knocked on the door quivered. He immediately realized how much trouble his actions would bring him. He immediately put down his hand and called out, fourth madam, good news. Great news. 4th young master is back. 4th young master is back." Yu Fengyan and Bai Yuntian did not immediately react when they heard the 4th young master's words. They were clearly stunned. This was because the title 4th young master had not been used in Changyang Prefecture for a long time. It seemed rather unfamiliar. 4th young master, could it be? Yu Fengyan was the first to react. She was immediately shocked and disbelief filled her face. Xiang it's Xiang. Bai Yuntian also reacted. She immediately let out a cry of surprise and quickly ran over to open the door. At this moment Jianshan, who was dressed in white, happened to walk into the courtyard. The moment the door opened, he saw a familiar face. His footsteps came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be frozen. He stood there in a daze as he looked at Bai Yuntian in a white dress. His eyes gradually became misty. Bai Yuntian also saw Jianshan, who had just turned the corner. Although Jianshan's current appearance had changed a lot compared to a few years ago, Bai Yuntian, who had watched Jianshan grow up, still recognized that Jianshan was her own flesh and blood at a glance. Mother and son were connected by heart and shared the same bloodline. There seemed to be a thread connecting them. The moment they saw each other, both Jianshan and Bai Yuntian could clearly feel an indescribable feeling. The bloodline that had been separated for so many years was finally reunited at this moment. Bai Yuntian stood at the door and stared blankly at Jianshan's somewhat familiar handsome face. Because of her excitement, her entire body trembled slightly. She could no longer control the tears in her eyes, and they gushed out like a fountain. Yu Fengyan also walked to the door and stood together with Bai Yuntian. But when she saw Jianshan, her expression suddenly froze. She stared blankly at Jianshan, unable to believe the scene in front of her was real. When Jianshan left Changyang Prefecture, he was only 15 years old. In the eyes of the people of Changyang Prefecture, he was still an inexperienced child. Not only did such a young child have to live alone outside, but he also had to face the pursuit of the Huayun sect and the search of mercenaries. His chances of survival were practically zero. Unless he met a benefactor, no one believed that Jianshan could survive, including Yu Fengyan. Not long after Jianshan left, he mysteriously disappeared. Since then, there had been no news of him. Even when the people of Changyang Prefecture sent out a large number of people to search for him, they couldn't find the slightest clue. This confirmed the thoughts in everyone's hearts. Even if he hadn't been captured by the Huayun sect, he had definitely died in the wilderness without leaving behind a corpse. No one would believe that a 15-year-old inexperienced child would have so many methods to protect himself and hide from those experienced veterans. Although Yu Fengyan had used all sorts of reasons to comfort Bai Yuntian, they were all just white lies. In her heart, she didn't believe that Jianchen could have survived. But now, the person who had left without any news for so many years had suddenly returned. His return was so sudden that Yu Fengyan felt that this scene was like a dream. It was somewhat unreal. Jianchen's eyes were faintly filled with tears. He slowly walked to Bai Yuntian's side and looked at her haggard face with incomparable heartache. He softly said, "Mother, your child has returned." Jianchen's voice was somewhat sobbing. After he finished speaking, 2 lines of hot tears uncontrollably flowed from Jianchen's eyes. Bai Yuntian suddenly hugged Jianchen and began to bawl. The emotions that had been suppressed for many years completely erupted at this moment. Xiang my child, you've finally returned. You've made your mother so bitter." "Mother, I'm sorry. Your child has been unfilial." Jianchen also hugged his mother. Both mother and son wept tears of joy. "The 4th young master has returned. It's actually the 4th young master who has returned. I didn't think that the 4th young master would still be alive. We all thought that the 4th young master had met with misfortune long ago." In the courtyard, more and more guards rushed over after hearing the news. Some of the guards who recognized Jianchen stood in the distance and sighed. The words that came out from their mouths let the newcomers know that there was still a 4th young master in Changyang Prefecture. Yu Fengyan finally accepted this dreamlike situation. Looking at the mother and son who had reunited, she also felt very happy in her heart. She said, "Xiangtian, second aunt is also very happy that you've returned safely. Alright, you two should go inside and talk." Subsequently, Jianchen, Bai Yuntian, and Yu Fengyan all entered the house at the same time. The mother and son, who had been separated for several years, had finally reunited. Naturally, they had a lot to talk about in Changyang Prefecture. The news of the 4th young master's sudden return after being away for several years was spread by several guards. This matter caused an uproar in Changyang Prefecture and alarmed everyone. Even Jianchen's eldest aunt Linglong and third aunt, Bai Yushuang, knew of this news. Although they were very surprised, the two of them did not visit Jianchen. Linglong was incomparably heartbroken because of what had happened to her child, Changyang Hu. She had become somewhat absent-minded and did not have the heart to care about this issue. Third aunt Bai Yushuang and Jianchen did not have a good relationship to begin with. Jianchen's return not only did not make Bai Yushuang happy in the slightest, but also made her brows knit together. Jianchen stayed in his mother's room and told her everything that had happened after he left Changyang Prefecture. However, Jianchen also knew his limits and concealed many things. Some shocking news Jianchen did not intend to tell his mother yet. Even if he did, his mother would not believe him. It was better to gradually reveal it in the future and give his family a bigger surprise. Jianchen stayed in Bai Yuntian's room all the way until evening and did not come out. The mother and son seemed to have endless things to talk about. At this moment, outside Changyang Prefecture, a large group of people riding various kinds of magical beast mounts suddenly appeared. Most of them were strong men with strong waists and strong backs. They exuded a murderous aura and were imposing. There were about 700 to 800 people, and they lined up neatly in a long line. The group of people stopped outside Changyang Prefecture. Then, 2 men immediately stepped forward and pushed open the heavy gate of Changyang Prefecture. They shouted, "Master is back. Come out and welcome him." Changyang Ba, who was riding a rank 4 magical beast mount, dismounted and tidied up his somewhat messy clothes. Then, he held his head high and strode into Changyang Prefecture. Behind him, groups of strong men also dismounted and quietly followed behind Changyang Ba. Just as Changyang-ba entered the mansion, a guard came up to him with a happy face and respectfully said, "Master, good news. Fourth young master is back." Chapter 437. Just as Changyang-ba entered the mansion, a guard came up to him with a joyful expression and said respectfully, "Master, good news. The fourth young master is back." Hearing this, Changyang-ba's expression froze for a moment. The term fourth young master had not been heard in Changyang Prefecture for many years. Now that he heard it, it felt a little strange. However, Changyang-ba quickly reacted. His eyes shone brightly as he stared sharply at the guard and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" "Master, the fourth young master is back. The fourth young master is back." The guard spoke again with a hint of excitement in his voice. Changyang-ba's expression became sluggish. His face was full of disbelief. His fourth son, Changyang Shoten, had left Changyang Prefecture for many years. During this time, there was no news at all. In Changyang-ba's heart, he had thought more than once that he would never see his fourth son, who was exceptionally talented since he was young. Because of this, he had been sad many times. Now, his fourth son, who was supposed to be dead in his heart, had actually returned. Moreover, his return was so sudden. Changyang-ba, who was not mentally prepared at all, found it hard to accept this fact in a short period of time. It was very hard to believe this fact in front of his eyes. "Is what you said true? Xiang-er is really back?" Changyang-ba stared sharply at the guard. His voice trembled as he spoke. There was a hint of eagerness and hope in his voice. "Master, this is absolutely true. Fourth madam and second madam have confirmed the fourth young master's identity. It can't be fake," the guard said. Hearing that the fourth young master, who had left for several years, had miraculously returned, the group of guards behind Changyang-ba all revealed a look of astonishment. They all looked at each other in surprise. Many of them were senior figures in Changyang Prefecture. They all knew what had happened to the fourth young master. In their hearts, everyone thought that the fourth young master was no longer in this world. No one would have thought that the fourth young master, who had not been heard from for several years, would suddenly return. "Where is Xiang-er?" Changyang-ba was very excited and asked eagerly. He was very concerned about his fourth son, who had shown extraordinary talent since he was young. After all, he was his biological child. "The fourth young master is in fourth madam's room," the guard quickly replied. Changyang-ba's figure flashed and disappeared. He quickly rushed to Bai Yuntian's room. At this moment, Jianchen, his mother, and second aunt Yu Fengyan were still talking in the room. Almost all of the topics revolved around how Jianchen had survived in the outside world. Although Jianchen had deliberately downplayed many of the moments of life and death, the two women still felt a burst of fear and trepidation. Bai Yuntian, because she felt sorry for her son, didn't know how much tears flowed out of her eyes. Her clothes were wet and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. The two women were both experienced people and knew very well just how chaotic the outside world was. The two of them really couldn't imagine Jianchen wandering the outside world alone, fighting against the bloodthirsty and savage magical beasts in the Magical Beast Mountain Range. Just how much suffering and how many life and death situations had he faced? And as Jianchen's mother, Bai Yuntian, even felt like her heart was about to break. Bang! Suddenly, the closed door was rudely opened. Changyang-ba appeared at the door. His complexion and excitement swept through the room. Soon, his eyes were fixed on Jianchen. "Husband! Husband!" Yu Fengyan and Bai Yuntian both stood up and spoke in succession. Changyang-ba seemed as if he didn't hear them at all. His eyes were firmly fixed on Jianchen. His expression was very excited and his eyes quickly filled with a mist. Although Jianchen had changed a lot, Changyang-ba still recognized his son at a glance. Jianchen also looked at Changyang-ba with a complex and excited expression. The father and son looked at each other for a while. Jianchen opened his mouth slightly and said softly, father? Changyangba's body trembled violently when he heard this. He slowly walked into the room and arrived before Jianchen. He carefully examined Jianchen from head to toe before gradually revealing a smile. "Xiang'er, you've grown up." 2 streams of tears flowed from Changyangba's eyes. Although Jianchen and Changyangba hadn't seen each other for a few years, they didn't talk much. Changyangba did things swiftly and decisively. He stayed in the room for a while before leaving Jianchen, his mother, and Yu Fengyan in the room. The war had just ended, and the guards of Changyang Prefecture had just returned. As the head of the family, Changyangba still had a lot of things to do and was very busy. With the return of hundreds of guards and some important figures of Changyang Prefecture, the originally quiet Changyang Prefecture suddenly became lively. Lights were lit everywhere. Many houses that had been empty for a long time were also lit. At the same time, the news of the return of the 4th young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten, quickly spread throughout the residence. Now, even the hundreds of guards and important figures of Changyang Prefecture who had just returned knew about this matter. They were all very surprised. Jianchen stayed in his mother's room until late at night before leaving. Accompanied by his mother, he returned to the house where he used to live, accompanied by 2 servant girls. Although Jianchen had not returned for a long time this year, the house where he used to live still maintained its original appearance. There were servants cleaning it every day, and it was spotless. The furnishings in the room were also the same as before. "Xiang'er, it's getting late. You should rest well," Bai Yuntian said to Jianchen with eyes full of affection, looking reluctant to part. Jianchen nodded slightly and said, "Mother, you should also go rest." Then, Bai Yuntian left Jianchen's room, leaving the 2 servant girls to serve Jianchen. "4th young master, let us servants help you change," one of the servant girls said softly. Looking at Jianchen's handsome and resolute face, the 2 servant girls' faces were slightly flushed. The 2 servant girls were about 18 to 20 years old. Although their appearances could not be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, they were still very beautiful. Even in a first-class city like Lore City, they were still very rare. After all, Changyang Prefecture was one of the 4 great families. It was powerful and had a noble status. How could it be that just anyone could enter? Jianchen looked at the white room with a face full of nostalgia. Without turning his head, he said, "Both of you can leave. I want some peace and quiet. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me." "Yes." The 2 servant girls replied respectfully and left at the same time. There was a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Jianchen was not only the 4th young master of Changyang Prefecture with a noble status, but he was also very handsome. Among these servant girls who thought that they were good-looking, who wouldn't want to have a little interaction with such a person and become a phoenix, Jianchen stood in the middle of the room and looked at the familiar furnishings and furniture in the room with a face full of nostalgia. He couldn't help but recall every detail of his life in Changyang Prefecture when he was young. The scenes of the past were like a picture scroll that slowly replayed in Jianchen's mind. For a moment, Jianchen's heart was filled with emotions and it was difficult for him to calm down. "Home, this is home. This is my home. I'm home," Jianchen murmured with a stupefied expression. However, he felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. He had waited for this day for a very long time. He had looked forward to this day for a very long time. In the past, he didn't know how many times he had imagined this scene in front of him. Now that the wish in his heart had finally come true, it was very difficult for him to calm down. For himself to be able to return to Changyang Prefecture and reunite with his family, Jianchen had sacrificed too much and put in too much effort. He had walked on the edge of life and death more than once. He had even lost his life once. If it weren't for the purple and green sword spirits saving him, he wouldn't be alive in this world right now. It would be impossible for him to stand here. He had used his own blood to pave the way home. Thinking back to everything he had experienced after leaving Changyang Prefecture, Jianshan's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions that were difficult to describe. In the end, 2 crystal-clear teardrops fell from his eyes. Woo-woo! As if it had sensed Jianshan's feelings, the white tiger on his shoulder reached out its 2 front paws and hugged Jianshan's neck. Its furry little head constantly rubbed against Jianshan's face as it let out a whimper, as if it was comforting Jianshan. Jianshan slowly walked to the bed that had once accompanied him for a long time. In the end, without him knowing, he fell asleep in a daze. That night, Jianshan slept very well. He slept very soundly and peacefully. This was the first time he had slept in the years that he had left. At the same time, it was also the most comfortable sleep he had had since he was young. He didn't have to be vigilant all the time like he had been in the past. The white tiger didn't fall asleep. Instead, it lay quietly beside Jianshan. Its furry little head kept turning around, and its bright big eyes blinked as it looked around. "Xiang, are you awake?" The next morning, Jianshan didn't wake up from his deep sleep until his mother, Bai Yuntian, called from outside the door. He felt refreshed and energetic. At this moment, Jianshan felt that he had never felt so relaxed and happy before. Was this the feeling of returning home? "Xiang, did you sleep well last night?" Bai Yuntian exuded a motherly radiance. She looked at her child with a doting expression and asked with concern. Jianshan's sudden return made Bai Yuntian's mood very happy. She was full of energy, and it was obvious that she had rested well. Jianshan and his mother exchanged a few words casually before the 2 of them left at the same time. They walked towards the dining hall and prepared to eat breakfast. Walking with his mother, Bai Yuntian, on the way to the dining hall, Jianshan felt like he had returned to the scene a few years ago. Every morning, his mother would lead him to eat breakfast together. His days were very warm. When Jianshan and his mother arrived at the dining hall, his second aunt, Yu Fengyan, and third aunt, Bai Yushuang, were already eating breakfast. Beside Bai Yushuang sat a young man in luxurious robes. He seemed to be around the same age as Jianshan. He was Jianshan's third brother, Changyang. After not seeing each other for a few years, Jianshan's 2 aunts hadn't changed much. However, Changyang had become somewhat frail. His eyes flickered with shrewdness, and he also had a handsome appearance. Although he couldn't compare to Jianshan, he was still a dragon among men. Chapter 438. Hearing Yu Fengyan's words of praise, Bai Yuntian revealed a trace of a smile on her face. She was very fond of this son of hers. Bai Yushuang looked at Jianshan with an unsightly expression. Frowning, she said, "Xiangtian, why did you suddenly return when you were hiding outside? The Huayun sect is not something our Changyang Prefecture can provoke. You're just adding trouble to our Changyang Prefecture." Yu Fengyan and Bai Yuntian's expressions both changed. Bai Yushuang's words clearly had a great opinion of Jianshan's sudden return, as if she hoped that Jianshan would never return. His third aunt's words made Jianshan feel extremely unhappy. He felt a little angry. Just as he was about to speak, he heard his second aunt, Yu Fengyan's voice. "Third sister, your words are a bit too much. Although the Huayun sect is powerful, our Changyang Prefecture is not so easy to bully. Furthermore, our clan still has Changbo. I'm sure you've already heard the news of Changbo killing several Heaven Saint Masters at the Northern Fort. As long as Changbo is present, the Huayun sect won't dare to do anything to our Changyang Prefecture. Xiangtian has already left his home for many years because of this matter. He's suffered a lot outside. Now that he's returned safely, we should all be happy instead of treating him coldly." Bai Yushuang coldly snorted and said in a strange tone, "Xiangtian has never been obedient since he was young. He likes to cause trouble everywhere. A few years ago, he even injured my Ku-er. After that, he didn't stay in Kargath Academy for long before offending the Huayun sect. Now that he's returned so suddenly, who knows what kind of power he's provoked outside." Yu Fengyan and Bai Yushuang's expressions changed once more. They had never thought that Bai Yuxuang would have such a great opinion of Jianchen. Jianchen was also a little angry. His eyes flashed, and his gaze turned sharp like an unsheathed sword. Bai Yuxuang didn't dare to look him in the eye. Third aunt, I know you have a lot of opinions about me, but I hope you don't have to worry about me. As long as I cause trouble, I will naturally solve it. I will definitely not drag the family down. Jianchen said in a deep voice. You? Bai Yuxuang looked at Jianchen with disdain and said, Good. Let's see what you've learned these years. I hope you can really deal with the Huayun sect on your own. Don't bring trouble to the family. I will naturally take revenge for the Huayun sect, Jianchen expressionlessly said with a serious expression. In Bai Yuxuang's eyes, Jianchen's current appearance was an arrogant and condescending attitude. She immediately revealed a disdainful expression and mocked. Xiangtian, it's not that I'm scolding you, but before saying such words, why don't you think about what kind of power the Huayun sect is? Have you already forgotten what happened a few years ago? You think you can contend against the Huayun sect? Dream on. Jianchen slightly lowered his head as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Bai Yuxuang's attitude made Jianchen extremely angry. However, she was still his aunt and his elder. Jianchen did not want his relationship with his family to become too strained as soon as he returned home. He greatly treasured this family that had not been easy to come by, so he remained silent. His current status was completely different from a few years ago. Not only was he a Heaven Saint Master with a limitless future, he was also the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the continent. With such a status, there was no need for him to bicker with an ordinary person. However, Jianchen had already remembered Bai Yuxuang's attitude towards him. Third sister, you're not young anymore. Why do you have to make things difficult for a child? Yu Fengyan frowned, extremely angry inside. What do you mean by making things difficult? I'm just speaking the truth. Bai Yuxuang glanced at Yu Fengyan, not backing down at all. Yu Fengyan was quite angry. Her chest heaved as she angrily glared at Bai Yuxuang. Third sister, second aunt, don't say any more. Jianchen interrupted Yu Fengyan before coldly staring at Bai Yuxuang. His sharp gaze made Bai Yuxuang feel uncomfortable as a sliver of fear appeared in her heart. In the end, she looked away. She actually did not dare to meet Jianchen's gaze. Third aunt, I respect you as my senior. I can overlook your disrespect today, but please remember everything you've said. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Jianchen emphasized every single word. Oh, look. You're actually threatening me. Bai Yuxuang immediately seized the opportunity and clenched her teeth. She placed her hands on her hips and pressed on. Regret? Regret what? Changyang Shoten, do you want to use your own methods to teach your third aunt a lesson? Look, what kind of child is this? Not only does she not respect her seniors, but she's even speaking so arrogantly. She's completely out of line. Yu Fengyan and Bai Yuxuang's faces turned ashen. Anger surged in their eyes. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Haha, why is it so lively today? Everyone's so happy. Changyang Ba walked in with a majestic gait. There was a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Changyang Ba was a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, from his appearance, he only seemed to be in his 30s. Even though he was already middle-aged, his face still retained the handsome features of his youth. He unconsciously gave off the unique aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Husband! Father! Several people in the dining hall immediately called out. Changyang Ba seemed to be in a very good mood today. As soon as he walked in, his gaze fell on his fourth son, Jianchen. He carefully sized him up and the smile on his face grew wider. In his eyes, his fourth son was definitely not an ordinary person. He was destined to be a dragon among men. Even with his pleasant eyesight, he could not see through him. This made Changyang Ba feel both surprised and happy. In the end, He could not help but laugh to his heart's content. With a son like this, what more could a father ask for? After calming down, Changyang-ba sat down beside Jianchen and said, "Xiang-er, I've wronged you these years." This short sentence warmed Jianchen's heart. He replied, "It's not wronged at all. This child has learned a lot in these years." Good, good, good. Xiang-er is a real director. Changyang-ba said good 3 times. There were no other words to express the joy in his heart. Looking at Jianchen's calm and resolute face, he felt gratified. This was because he knew that his youngest son had truly grown up. Seeing Changyang-ba so concerned about Jianchen, Bai Yuxuang immediately showed an unhappy expression. However, Changyang-ba's attention was focused on his 4th son, so he naturally did not notice Bai Yuxuang's expression. In the blink of an eye, Changyang-ba seemed to have thought of something sad. The joy on his face disappeared, replaced by grief. He sighed and said, "It's a pity, he." Hearing this, Yu Fengyan and Bai Yuntian both sighed inwardly. They felt sad for Changyang-hu's misfortune. Jianchen immediately thought of his big brother, Changyang-hu. His expression also became sad. He said, "Father, this child wants to visit big brother." Changyang-ba gently shook his head and lowered his head in silence. Jianchen could understand his father's distress. How could he not feel the same? He and his big brother, Changyang-hu, had a very good relationship. Now that Changyang-hu had encountered such a situation, Jianchen also felt very sad. "Father, this child knows about Big Brother's situation. Don't worry, Big Brother will recover. He'll be as good as new," Jianchen comforted. Changyang-ba shook his head and sighed. "That's easier said than done. Only a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master has the ability to regenerate. On the Tianyuan continent, let's not even talk about how rare Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters are and how difficult it is to find one. Even if we do find one, we won't be able to invite them. People at that level are already beyond our reach." Jianchen also understood just how great a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master's status was. They were supreme existences on par with Saint Rulers. Coupled with the fact that Radiant Saint Masters were extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent, and it was extremely difficult to break through. It was not as easy to break through as fighters. This made Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters even more exalted. "Father, this child wants to visit Big Brother," Jianchen said again. "All right." Changyang-ba agreed to Jianchen's request. Without eating, they immediately hurried to Changyang-hu's residence. Jianchen's mother and 2 aunts followed behind them. Jianchen followed behind Changyang-ba and entered Changyang-hu's room very soon. Changyang-hu was currently lying on the bed without moving. His eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly at the ceiling. He did not move for quite some time. 4 blood-soaked white bandages were tied around the joints of his 4 limbs. Changyang-hu's mother, Ling Long, sat beside the bed in a daze. Her hair was disheveled, and her complexion was haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her delicate face was covered in tears. It was obvious that she had not washed her face in several days. "Madam, I beg you, eat some food. You haven't eaten for several days already." Beside Ling Long, several maids cried out with tears in their eyes. In their hands were food that had almost turned cold, as well as toiletries. Chapter 439. Jianchen slowly walked to the bedside and looked at Changyang-hu with concern. He softly called out, "Big brother, do you still recognize me? I'm your 4th brother, Changyang Shoten." Hearing this, Changyang-hu's originally empty eyes gradually regained some life. He slowly turned his gaze to Jianchen and quietly stared at Jianchen's somewhat familiar face for a while. His expression gradually revealed a trace of excitement and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said in a hoarse voice, Fourth brother, you're finally back." Jianchen smiled. He and Changyang-hu had a close relationship since childhood. Now that they were brothers, Jianchen felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Jianchen turned to look at the group behind him and said, "Father, elder aunt, I have something to say to big brother alone. Can you leave us alone for a while?" Changyangba nodded slightly and said, "Xiangtian, you should comfort your big brother." With that, Changyangba led Jianchen's two aunts out of the room. Only Changyang, whose mother, Ling Long, was still sitting there in a daze as if she had lost her soul. Jianchen came to Ling Long and comforted her. "Elder aunt, don't worry. I will make big brother better. Let me persuade big brother. I have a way to cheer him up. The premise is that everyone needs to leave us alone for a while." Hearing this, Ling Long's eyes regained some life. She raised her head and looked at Jianchen's face that had changed a lot in the past few years. Then, she reached out her trembling hand and grabbed Jianchen's hand. She sobbed, "Xiangtian, elder aunt is begging you. You must persuade your big brother. You must let him live. Elder aunt is begging you." Ling Long's face was full of pleading. She knew that her son had fallen to this point and had lost the courage to continue living. He could not take care of himself and needed others to take care of him. Living like this was simply worse than death. It was an incomparably painful torture. Jianchen solemnly nodded and said, "Elder aunt, don't worry. I will definitely not disappoint you." Jianchen's voice was full of confidence. Jianchen's confident appearance made Ling Long feel as if she had grasped onto a life-saving straw. Her originally worried heart finally settled down a bit. She then walked out of the room, leaving Jianchen and Changyang alone. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Changyang, whose eyes faintly flickered with tears. He could not help but recall the scene in Kargath Academy a few years ago. He still clearly remembered that he had been bullied by the Huayun sect's young master, Cheng Mingxiang, and had been beaten black and blue. In order to avenge him, his fourth brother had fought against Cheng Mingxiang and a dozen other students who were not weak. In the end, he had cut off Cheng Mingxiang's arm and offended the Huayun sect. From then on, he had left home alone. The scene from a few years ago had always been a pain in Changyang's heart. He knew that it was all because of him that his fourth brother had been forced to leave home alone. His fourth brother had fallen to such a state because of him. This made Changyang feel very guilty in his heart. He was the one who had implicated his fourth brother. His fourth brother had left for a few years without any news. This made Changyang feel a thought that he did not dare to accept. But now, his fourth brother had suddenly returned after leaving home for a few years. This made Changyang feel extremely excited, as if he had forgotten about his injuries. Jianchen arrived before Changyang and said, "Big brother, I can understand how you feel. You must pull yourself together. Before long, fourth brother will give you a new lease on life." Hearing this, Changyang's face became gloomy. He sighed and said, "Fourth brother, you don't understand. To give a new lease on life, you need to be a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. I will never be able to stand up again in this lifetime." Changyang's face was ashen. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were hollow. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell with a single glance that he had lost the motivation to continue living. Jianchen did not say anything. He slowly extended his hands. Suddenly, the radiant saint force in the surroundings gathered towards his hands at an unbelievable speed. Very soon, it formed a ball of bright, milky white light. As the radiant saint force gathered, the milky white light on his hands became brighter and brighter. It became more and more dazzling, dyeing the entire room white. If it were not for the fact that it was daytime and the light outside was extremely bright, the light from the radiant saint force would have been enough to illuminate the entire Changyang prefecture. Outside the door, Jianchen's mother, Bai Yuntian, stared at the bright, sunny sky in surprise. In the end, her gaze landed on the room that only Jianchen and Changyang were in. Her eyes were filled with shock, and there was even some shock. What powerful radiant saint force! Who did this? Don't tell me. Bai Yuntian thought inside. She was extremely shocked. As a radiant saint master, she could clearly sense the pulses of radiant saint force in the surroundings. Moreover, the power of the radiant saint force shocked her. She had never seen such powerful and pure radiant saint force before. This was an ability that only a Class 5 radiant saint master possessed. Ever since they had seen Changyang Ba and his aunts had all become very grief-stricken. As a result, none of them noticed the changes in Bai Yuntian's face. In the room, Changyang who stared at the white light in Jianshan's hands in shock. Disbelief filled his face. He obviously recognized the white light as the radiant saint force that only radiant saint masters could control. Jianshan slowly pressed down with his hands. Dense radiant saint force enveloped Changyang whose entire body. Under such dense and pure radiant saint force, Changyang who experienced a pleasure that he had never experienced before. His entire body was filled with indescribable comfort. This was a feeling that low-level radiant saint masters could never give him. This lasted for around 10 minutes. Only then did Jianshan slowly lower his hands and stop controlling the radiant saint force. With the nourishment of Jianshan's radiant saint force, Changyang whose slightly pale complexion completely recovered. Even the wounds on his limbs had completely healed. In just 10 minutes, he had achieved results that low-level radiant saint force could never achieve. Changyang whose shock could no longer be described with words. He stared at Jianshan in disbelief, unable to say anything for quite some time. Jianshan sat down by the bed and looked at his brother's shocked gaze. A rare sliver of complacency appeared on his face. He said, "Brother, you might not know this, but your fourth brother is not only a fighter, but also a radiant saint master. He's a Class 6 radiant saint master, only a step away from Class 7. It won't be long before your body recovers." Changyang who suddenly became emotional. Tears had already gathered in his eyes. He said with a trembling voice, "Fourth brother, is what you said true? Are you really a Class 6 radiant saint master?" At that moment, Changyang whose withered heart suddenly became filled with vitality again. Jianshan smiled. "Brother, haven't you sensed it yet? The radiant saint force I control is much more powerful than the radiant saint masters you've seen in the past. Brother, don't worry. Before long, I'll be able to revive you and turn you back into a normal person. You have to live on and wait for that day to come." Changyang whose excitement could no longer be described with words. Jianshan's words made him give up on his suicidal thoughts, giving him the motivation and hope to live on. He said with a trembling voice, "Fourth brother, don't worry. I'll definitely wait for you. I'll definitely live on well." Seeing his brother walk out from the shadow of death, Jianshan also smiled happily. Afterwards, he called in the group of people waiting outside. As soon as Changyang Ba and his aunts entered, they discovered to their surprise that Changyang who had suddenly become spirited. He was in high spirit. His previous gloominess had vanished, which surprised them. They wondered just how Jianshan had enlightened their brother. Bai Yuntian stared at her child deeply. Her eyes were filled with love, and there was a sense of separation. "Ahu, are you all right?" Ling Long also noticed her son's change. She leaned on the bed and asked in concern. Seeing his mother's haggard face, Changyang who could not help but cry. He sobbed, "Mother, don't worry. I'm fine now. I'll definitely live on well." Hearing this, Ling Long finally let go of a large stone in her heart. She leaned on the bed and began to bawl. At this moment, a group of over 1,000 people majestically entered Lore City. Quite a few yellow banners fluttered in the wind, with the words Huayun Sect written on them. The battle had just ended, and the various large powers that had helped the kingdom of Jessen on the front lines had all retreated. The Huayun Sect's group had also just returned from the southern forts. On the way, they passed through Lore City and hurried towards the Huayun Sect. The middle-aged man at the front was the Huayun Sect's current sect master, Qing Fei. He was also Qing Mingxiang's father. At this moment, a person wearing black robes quickly ran over from the distance. When he approached the Huayun Sect's group, He was immediately stopped by two people riding magical beast mount. The Huayun sect master, Qing Fei, clearly recognized that person. He said, "Let him come over." The two middle-aged men wearing the Huayun sect's robes immediately moved aside. The black-robed person quickly ran over to the Huayun sect's sect master and whispered something in his ear. Afterward, a gleam of light flashed through Qing Fei's eyes. His gaze immediately became piercing as he yelled out, "Changyang Xiangtian has actually returned. Is that true?" "It's absolutely true," the man in black said with a serious face. Qing Fei's eyes flashed and he waved his hand. He shouted, "Change direction. Go to Changyang Prefecture." Chapter 440. Changyang Prefecture. Jianchen and the others were still in the room comforting Ling Long and her daughter when a voice rang out from outside. "Family head, this subordinate has an extremely urgent matter to report." Changyang Ba used his eyes to indicate for a maid to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, an old man who looked like a housekeeper quickly walked in with a flustered expression. He urgently said, "Family head, something bad has happened. A large group of people from the Huayun sect is currently approaching our Changyang prefecture." Hearing this, Changyang Ba's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand to have the housekeeper leave. His brows were tightly knitted together as he said in a heavy voice, "I reckon that news of Xiang Er's return has already been leaked. They are coming for Xiang Er. They still haven't forgotten about the matter from several years ago." Apart from Jianchen, everyone's expressions changed. Bai Yuntian's face was even somewhat pale. She hastily walked over and tightly held onto Jianchen's hand, her expression filled with worry. The two of them had been separated for several years. Now that they had finally reunited, Bai Yuntian could not bear for Jianchen to once again wander about by himself. Jianchen could clearly feel that his mother's hand was constantly trembling, causing him to involuntarily feel pain in his heart. He softly said, "Mother, don't worry. There won't be a time for this child to do that. Husband, quickly call Chang Bo over. We've already heard about how Chang Bo displayed his might at the northern fort. With Chang Bo present, even if the two experts from the Huayun sect personally come, they won't dare to act rashly," Yu Fengyan hastily said, her expression filled with worry. Changyang Ba shook his head. "Chang Bo and all the Heaven Saint Masters of the Kingdom of Jessen are currently receiving the Qin Empire's imperial advisor. This is the best opportunity for us to establish a relationship with the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. No one will give up on this rare opportunity. I believe that Chang Bo won't be returning anytime soon. What do we do? Our Changyang prefecture only has one Heaven Saint Master, Chang Bo. Now that Chang Bo isn't here, how are we going to deal with the Huayun sect? Right now, the Huayun sect is already in Lore City and will arrive in Changyang prefecture very soon. There isn't much time left." Yu Fengyan's face was filled with worry. Although Jianchen was not her son, she was also extremely concerned about Jianchen, treating him as if he was her own child. "Second aunt, you don't need to worry. I will deal with the Huayun sect," Jianchen said. "Foolish child, don't speak nonsense. The Huayun sect is powerful. How can you deal with them?" Bai Yuntian softly said as she looked at Jianchen with a doting gaze. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Jianchen's arm, afraid that Jianchen would leave again like he did a few years ago. "Mother, your son is no longer afraid of the Huayun sect." Jianchen defended himself. The warmth of his family had melted Jianchen's heart. He seemed to have become a child, completely concealing the imposing aura he possessed outside. Changyang Ba said, "Xiang Er, you don't need to worry. Our Changyang prefecture has obtained a precious secret codex, and our strength has greatly increased compared to a few years ago. Although we have lost quite a few people on the battlefield, the Huayun sect has also suffered quite a few losses. Adding on the fact that you, Chang Bo, have grasped a heaven-class battle skill, our Changyang prefecture's overall strength is not much weaker than the Huayun sect's. You can stay here at ease." The family will deal with the Huayun sect's matters. The Huayun sect is the #1 sect in our kingdom of Jessen. Even the imperial family is afraid of its strength. Xiangtian cut off the arm of the Huayun sect's sect master's only son, Qing Mingxiang. The Huayun sect will definitely not let this matter rest. If our Changyang who doesn't back down, there will most likely be a fierce battle today. That would be very unfavorable for our Changyang prefecture. In my opinion, we should hurry and let Xiangtian go hide. We don't want to implicate our entire family and cause so many innocent people to die because of him, said Bai Yuxuang with a displeased expression. How can we do that? Xiangtian has already been wandering outside for several years. He has suffered so much, barely surviving several times. He has only just returned. How can we be so heartless as to let him leave again? Yu Fengyan immediately said. Bai Yuxuang coldly snorted. She stared at Yu Fengyan and righteously said, "Open your eyes and see who is standing beside you. Could it be that you don't see such a big living person? No matter what he has experienced outside, isn't he still living well? He has already endured several years, so why would he care about such a small amount of time? If he continues to stay here, he will only cause trouble for our Changyang prefecture and implicate our entire family. Second sister, I know you are worried about Xiangtian, but I am doing this for everyone's sake." "All of you, shut your mouths," Changyang Ba suddenly shouted, shocking everyone. His expression was very ugly as he looked at Bai Yuxuang. His face was filled with unconcealable anger as he shouted, "Everyone, stop arguing. I have already made my decision. Although the Huayun sect is powerful, our Changyang prefecture is not so easy to bully. Xiang'er, you stay here and don't go anywhere. I will immediately go gather people. I want to see just how arrogant the Huayun sect is. Right now, our Changyang prefecture does not fear them." After saying that, Changyang Ba waved his hand and left. Very quickly, the originally quiet Changyang prefecture became lively. The people in the room could hear the constant shouts coming from outside, as well as the sound of footsteps. Changyang, whose servants and guards were gathering from all directions. Bai Yuxuang's expression was very ugly as she looked at Jianchen. She coldly snorted, "You really are my Changyang prefecture's star of calamity. Since you were young, you only know how to cause trouble everywhere. Our Changyang prefecture will sooner or later be destroyed by your hands." Yu Fengyan and Bai Yuntian's expressions became very ugly. Bai Yuxuang's words were a bit too heavy. Changyang who was lying on the bed, couldn't take it anymore. He turned his head and stared at Bai Yuxuang fiercely. He said, "Third aunt, how can you say that about fourth brother? What happened back then was Qing Mingxiang's fault. It was not fourth brother's fault at all. Fourth brother went to find Qing Mingxiang to avenge my useless elder brother. Speaking of which, it was all because of me. If you want to blame someone, blame it on me." Third sister, who is right. What happened back then was not entirely Xiangtian's fault. Moreover, Xiangtian was able to cut off the arm of Qing Mingxiang, who had the strength of a great saint, with the strength of a primary saint. Such a powerful strength is rare in our kingdom of Jessen. We should be happy instead of targeting Xiangtian like this. Ling Long also spoke. In the past, her attitude towards Jianchen was neither cold nor indifferent. But today, Jianchen had saved her son, which made her feel very grateful. Therefore, her favorable impression of Jianchen had improved a lot. Seeing that the three sisters were standing on Jianchen's side, Bai Yuxuang knew that she would only be asking for a rebuff if she continued. She coldly snorted and left without saying anything. Ling Long came to Jianchen's side and intimately held his hand. She softly said, "Xiangtian, don't mind her. Don't take your third aunt's words to heart. You don't need to worry about the Huayun sect. With you, Chang Bo, they won't dare to be too presumptuous." However, this Chang Bo really hid his strength deeply. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. If it wasn't for the news from the northern fort, none of us would have known. If we had known earlier, you wouldn't have fallen into such a situation a few years ago. It has really been hard on you these years. Now, Ling Long's attitude towards Jianchen had completely changed. Jianchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, eldest aunt. The current Xiangtian is not so easy to bully. Third aunt will regret it sooner or later." Mother, you underestimate fourth brother too much. Fourth brother's talent has been extraordinary since he was young. He's much more powerful than me. Even I, as his elder brother, am far inferior. Chang Yang who chuckled as he lay on the bed. He felt extremely happy when he mentioned this, because he thought of his fourth brother's strength as a Radiant Saint Master. A Class 6, Radiant Saint Master had never appeared in the Kingdom of Jessen, and it was extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent. Ling Long was extremely happy when she saw the happy smile on her son's face. This was because she knew that ever since Jianchen had spoken with Chang Yang Hu alone, her son had truly given up on seeking death. He had regained the vitality of life and planned to live well. Immediately, her gratitude towards Jianchen became even greater. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Kingdom of Jessen, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen held a banquet to entertain the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. There were not many people at the table, only around a dozen. However, aside from the king, everyone else was a peak expert of the Kingdom of Jessen. All the Heaven Saint Masters in the Kingdom of Jessen had gathered here. A banquet of such a high level could not be attended by just anyone. Even the princes and princesses of the Kingdom of Jessen were no exception. During the banquet, all the experts of the Kingdom of Jessen proposed toasts to the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. All of them were extremely respectful and courteous. They were all doing their best to curry favor with the 5 imperial advisors. Although they were all on the same level, their statuses were completely different. The authority they wielded was incomparable as well. On one hand, those who could become imperial advisors of the Qin Empire were all outstanding individuals. It was difficult for them to find an opponent in the same level as them. They could basically challenge experts who were a level higher than them. Coupled with the fact that all 5 of them knew battle skills, their battle prowess had reached a whole new level. This was the reason why the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had such a noble status. Esteemed imperial advisors, I thank the Qin Empire for their help. If the Qin Empire needs our help in any way, the Kingdom of Jessen will definitely do our best to help. Although our Kingdom of Jessen is weak, we can still do our best to help, the King of the Kingdom of Jessen said. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire all spoke politely with smiles on their faces. Since the 5 of them didn't know the relationship between the imperial protector and the Kingdom of Jessen, they didn't dare to offend anyone in the banquet. If they offended someone who was related to the imperial protector, they would be in serious trouble. The 5 of them followed Jianchen from the Qin Empire to cultivate a good relationship with Jianchen. None of them wanted to make a mistake in this matter. Chapter 441. At this moment, the principal of Kargath Institute, Kafir, suddenly spoke up. Esteemed state advisors, this one has a question that I hope you can answer. Back at the northern stronghold, this one seems to have heard that your empire's imperial protector came to save us. May I know which senior this imperial protector is? Would you be able to leak this information to us? Perhaps this senior knows our Kingdom of Jessen. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on the 5 state advisors of the Qin Empire. Kafir asked the question that was on everyone's mind. This was because they also wanted to know who this imperial protector that saved the Kingdom of Jessen was and what his relationship with the Kingdom of Jessen was. The 5 state advisors of the Qin Empire looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. The imperial protector of the Qin Empire had a noble status. If it was anyone else who asked them the name of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, they would have been dissatisfied. However, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction because they wanted to know who the imperial protector was on good terms with as soon as possible. Moreover, this way they could learn more about the identity of the imperial protector. The 5 state advisors of the Qin Empire pondered for a moment before Shao Tian spoke up. Our imperial protector's name is Jianchen. Does anyone here know him? A sliver of confusion appeared in everyone's eyes when they heard Jianchen's name. They had never heard of this name before, so it was extremely unfamiliar. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, the 5 state advisors of the Qin Empire looked at each other and felt very confused. With their eyesight, they could tell that no one knew the name of the imperial protector, Jianchen. This made them very curious. Could it be that the imperial protector really had nothing to do with the people of the kingdom of Jessen? In another magnificent palace of the kingdom of Jessen, the whole palace was bustling with noise. Many people of different ages were sitting inside and eating and drinking excitedly. Not only were there generals who had just returned from the front lines, but there were also many representatives of the major forces in the kingdom of Jessen. Everyone was eating and drinking together. The 2 princes of the kingdom of Jessen even came out personally to toast the generals who had just returned from a victorious battle. Among them, the one who attracted the most attention was a young man in white robes. He didn't look very old, only around 26 or 27 years old. Although he wasn't a noble, almost everyone with status in the hall would personally come over to drink with him. Even the 2 princes of the Jessen kingdom would occasionally circle around the young man, conversing with him with an amiable expression. They didn't put on the airs of a prince at all. If an uninformed person were to see this scene, they would probably think that they were very close friends. The young man was Ming Dong. He had originally gone to the western fortress with the people of Changyang Prefecture. After the battle ended, he originally planned on returning to Lore City with the people of Changyang Prefecture, but he received an invitation from the kingdom of Jessen. It was difficult for him to turn down such a great invitation, so he could only force himself to come and participate in the celebration. Jianchen, half a year has already passed. You should have come out from the sacred land of Mercenary City. I'll go to Changyang Prefecture tomorrow and wait for your return. I believe we'll meet again soon. After that, we'll continue to roam the Tianyuan continent as brothers and wipe out all our former enemies one by one, Ming Dong secretly thought. He began to reminisce about the days when he had fought alongside Jianchen. Not only did Ming Dong feel brotherly love for Jianchen, but he also felt gratitude. This was not only because Jianchen had saved his life, but also because Jianchen had assisted him in his current strength. If it were not for Jianchen, it would have been impossible for Ming Dong to come to Mercenary City. It would have been impossible for him to meet his uncle Tian. His fate would have never taken such a drastic turn, allowing him to embark on a path to the heavens. After the celebration, Ming Dong temporarily stayed in the imperial palace under the personal invitation of the 2 princes and the king of the kingdom of Jessen. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire lost interest in staying after learning that Jianchen had nothing to do with the imperial family of the kingdom of Jessen. As a result, they left the imperial palace after the banquet despite the king's attempts to keep them. With the departure of the 5 Qin Empire imperial advisors, the peak experts no longer had any interest in staying either. They all shot off into the sky. Shao Tian and the 4 others walked through the bustling streets in luxurious robes. Qing Xiaofan asked, "Where should we go next? Where do we find Sir Imperial Protector?" "To Lore City," Shao Tian nonchalantly replied. "Before we left, Sir Imperial Protector said that he would be staying in Lore City for quite some time. He told us to go there and find him." "Alright, but I have a suggestion. It's been a long time since we've come out. Since it's rare for us to come out, why don't we take a stroll? In any case, the war has already calmed down, and with Sir Imperial Protector's strength, he won't encounter any problems. There's nothing for us to do even if we go there," suggested Tian Luo. The 4 of them fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, Tian Luo is right. It's rare for us to come out, and it just so happens that there's nothing for us to do. Let's take a stroll and see what kind of place Sir Imperial Protector's hometown is for it to give birth to such a genius. Lore City, Changyang Prefecture. A large group of people from the Huayun sect had already gathered at the entrance of Changyang Prefecture. Within Changyang Prefecture, there were also several hundred robust men emitting killing intent. The Patriarch of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ba, was calmly standing in the center of the courtyard, facing the group of people from the Huayun sect. Behind Changyang Ba were several dozen old men. They were all senior figures from Changyang Prefecture. Although their faces were covered in wrinkles, their deep eyes occasionally flashed with a cold light. On the other side, with the sect master of the Huayun sect, Qing Fei, standing behind him were a dozen expressionless people. Their gazes were cold and as sharp as blades. They were all Earth Saint Masters, and a few of them even had scars on their faces that had yet to heal. Changyang Ba, my Huayun sect doesn't want to become enemies with you. However, Changyang Shoten cut off my son's right arm. This is unforgivable. If you don't give my Huayun sect a satisfactory explanation, we definitely won't let this matter rest. Qing Fei glared at Changyang Ba, his gaze incomparably cold. Changyang Ba coldly snorted. Qing Fei, I've already thoroughly investigated what happened back then. It was clearly your son Qing Mingxiang who was in the wrong. He heavily injured me, resulting in what happened afterwards. Qing Mingxiang only has himself to blame. He can't blame anyone else. If you want to blame someone, blame your son for not being skilled enough. He, a great saint, actually had his arm cut off by someone who had just become a saint. Now that Changyang Prefecture's strength had increased, they no longer feared the Huayun sect. So when facing the Huayun sect, Changyang Ba was filled with confidence and did not back down in the slightest. Qing Fei's expression also darkened when he heard Changyang Ba's words. He said, Changyang Ba, could it be that your Changyang Prefecture really wants to start a war with my Huayun sect? Although the ancestor is no longer here, my Changyang Prefecture is not a family that can be bullied by others. If you really want to force us, then my Changyang Prefecture will do its best to fight with your Huayun sect. Let's see whether your Huayun sect is stronger or my Changyang Prefecture is stronger, said Changyang Ba, his gaze incomparably sharp. With a single glance, anyone could tell that he was not joking. An old man standing behind Changyang Ba said, That's right. Although the ancestor is no longer here, my Changyang Prefecture is still not so easy to bully. We can't bury the ancestor's prestige from back then. A few years ago, we already made a mistake. We definitely can't make the same mistake again. Qing Fei's expression became extremely unsightly. He said, Have you ever thought about the consequences of offending my Huayun sect? For the sake of Changyang Shoten, you want Changyang Prefecture to be reduced to a small family? Is that worth it? In Qing Fei's heart, he did not truly want to have a falling out with the Changyang Prefecture. Because of the matter of the northern fort, he had a clear understanding of Chang Wuji's strength. The one he truly feared was Chang Wuji, not the Changyang Prefecture. With the strength Chang Wuji had displayed, even if two of the Huayun sect's experts joined hands, they might not necessarily be able to win. Even if my Changyang Prefecture is reduced to a small family, your Huayun sect won't be much better off. Changyang Ba coldly sneered. The two sides were in a deadlock for the time being. They both had fear in their hearts because they all understood that the difference in strength between the Changyang Prefecture and the Huayun sect was not very large. Once they started fighting, both sides' strength would definitely be greatly reduced. They might even lose their current status and be reduced to a small family. After about 4 hours of deadlock, a powerful aura suddenly rapidly approached from behind. In the distant horizon, a small red dot was rapidly approaching. Soon, it arrived above Changyang Prefecture. It was as if a monarch had descended from the sky, bringing with it an extremely powerful aura. In the end, it stood in front of the Huayun sect's group, facing the people from Changyang Prefecture. This was an old man wearing a fiery red robe. His hair was white and his face was covered in wrinkles. He looked extremely old. Seeing this old man, the Huayun sect Master Ching Fei's expression immediately became excited. He asked in disbelief, "And Master, you broke through?" Chapter 442. Master, you've actually succeeded in breaking through. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Ching Fei's face was filled with excitement. His master had actually managed to break through to the Heaven Saint Master realm at such a critical moment. With that, the number of Heaven Saint Masters in the Huayun sect would reach 3. They had already surpassed the number of Heaven Saint Masters. With the addition of the imperial family, the Huayun sect would become the number 1 power in the kingdom of Jesson. In Ching Fei's mind, he had already begun to imagine the future king of the kingdom of Jesson being incomparably courteous to the Huayun sect. Now that the Huayun sect had gained another Heaven Saint Master, the experts standing behind Ching Fei were all filled with excitement. They all excitedly congratulated Ching Fei's master. On the other hand, everyone in the Changyang Prefecture had extremely grim expressions. The upper echelons of the Changyang Prefecture all had extremely ugly expressions. Now that the Huayun sect had 3 Heaven Saint Masters, this was definitely not something that the Changyang Prefecture wanted to see. "Saya, I never thought that not only would you not die, you would even break through," an old man from the Changyang Prefecture said in a deep voice. Saya was Ching Fei's master. He was an old man who had lived for over 400 years. Due to his ordinary talent, he had spent a very long time cultivating to the 6th cycle of Earth Saint Master. Moreover, he had been stuck at the 6th cycle of Earth Saint Master for several decades, unable to comprehend the energy of the world. Now that he was nearing the end of his life, he had unexpectedly broken through to become a Heaven Saint Master at such a crucial moment. This was truly unexpected. Saya laughed heartily. "The heavens have not let me down. Changyang Yinkong, I never thought that you would still be stuck at the same spot. If you don't work hard, you won't have much of a chance." The old man from the Changyang Prefecture coldly snorted and no longer said anything. "Master, you've come at the right time. My son Qing Mingxiang's arm was cut off by someone from Changyang Prefecture. Right now, Changyang Prefecture is shielding that person and making an enemy out of my Huayun sect. I hope that master can help my son get revenge." Ching Fei gritted his teeth and said behind Saya. Whether or not he could take Changyang Shoten away from Changyang Prefecture today depended entirely on his master. Saya nodded slightly. "I've also heard about Qing Mingxiang's matter. This concerns the face of our Huayun sect. Don't worry, I will get justice for you." Immediately, Saya looked at the group of people from Changyang Prefecture and said, "You'd better hand him over quickly. Don't force me to make a move. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." The difference between a Heaven Saint Master and an Earth Saint Master was extremely large. Even if he had only just become a Heaven Saint Master, he was still not someone the Earth Saint Masters from Changyang Prefecture could deal with. The faces of the people from Changyang Prefecture became unprecedentedly solemn. Even though they were facing an extremely large amount of pressure, Changyang Ba still did not shrink back. He said, "You want us to hand him over? That's absolutely impossible." A sharp light flashed through Saya's eyes. He immediately snorted coldly, and the aura of a Heaven Saint Master surged out like a tidal wave, viciously pressing down on the people from Changyang Prefecture. Under the pressure of this aura, the great Saint Master and Saint Master guards from Changyang Prefecture immediately became pale. They could not help but stagger backwards. Quite a few of the weaker guards even had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The aura of a Heaven Saint Master was not something they could endure. Right now, only the dozen or so Earth Saint Masters from Changyang Prefecture were able to remain where they were. All of them gritted their teeth and endured. It was clearly very strenuous for them to resist. Although Changyang Ba was the patriarch of the clan, He was only a great saint master. As a result, he also retreated to the back with a pale face. In Chang Yang-hu's room, a strong killing intent appeared in Jianqin's eyes. Although his aunts did not know what was going on outside, Jianqin could clearly see what was going on outside. He definitely could not tolerate the Heaven Saint Master from the Huayuan sect acting so unbridled in Changyang Prefecture. Jianqin walked out with a gloomy face. However, just as he took a few steps, an arm tightly pulled him back. Immediately after, he heard the familiar voice of his mother, Bai Yuntian. "Xiang'er, where are you going? Listen to your mother and stay here. Don't go anywhere." Bai Yuntian's face was filled with worry. In the past, she had been looking forward day and night to finally see her son again. Now, the two of them had only been together for less than a day before the Huayuan sect came knocking on their door. This made Bai Yuntian extremely worried that she would lose her beloved son again. "Mother, your son is no longer afraid of the Huayuan sect. Let me go," Jianqin said. "No." Bai Yuntian's reply was resolute and decisive. There was no room for discussion. Her arms were like pliers as she tightly held onto Jianqin's arm. She sorrowfully said, "Xiang'er, if you must listen to your mother, then obediently stay here and don't go out. Your father and the others will deal with the Huayuan sect. Mother, your son is no longer as weak as he was a few years ago. The Huayuan sect's people are unable to harm your son," Jianqin argued. "Xiang'er, don't say such foolish things. How could you possibly be a match for the Huayuan sect? Just listen to your mother and obediently stay here. Don't go anywhere." Bai Yuntian's voice was filled with pleading. Tears were already flowing out of her eyes. Looking at the pleading expression on his mother's face, Jianqin sighed inside. His heart had completely softened. He couldn't bear to make his mother sad, so he said, "All right, mother, I'll stay here and not go anywhere." Outside the courtyard, Saya coldly smiled as he looked at the people from Changyang Prefecture who were bitterly resisting his aura. He said in a deep voice, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand him over or not? If you want to take him away from our Changyang Prefecture, then don't even think about it. My Changyang Prefecture's dignity cannot be blasphemed. If you want to start a war, then go ahead," Changyang Ba coldly said. Although the sudden appearance of 3 Heaven Saint Masters from the Huayuan sect made him feel a lot of pressure, his expression did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. "It seems that if I don't make you suffer, you won't become obedient." A sharp light flashed through Saya's eyes. He clenched his hands in front of him, and the fire elemental energy in the surroundings immediately gathered in his hands. He was clearly planning on taking action. Everyone attacked together. The dozen or so Earth Saint Masters from Changyang Prefecture all roared out. Saint force surged out of their bodies and rapidly condensed into various weapons in their hands. They then all charged at Saya at the same time. The dozen or so saint weapons with surging saint force formed a large net of energy in the air that enveloped Saya. Saya had just broken through to Heaven Saint Master. Not only was the speed at which he gathered the energy of the world very rusty, it was also extremely slow. Looking at the dozen or so saint weapons that enveloped him, he could only give up on gathering the energy of the world. He immediately took out his own saint weapon and quickly swung it out. He began to fight with the dozen or so Earth Saint Masters from Changyang Prefecture. As soon as the two sides clashed, a powerful shockwave of energy erupted, turning the courtyard of Changyang Prefecture into a mess. However, Heaven Saint Masters were still Heaven Saint Masters after all. There was an unbridgeable gap between them and Earth Saint Masters. Saya easily repelled the dozen Earth Saint Masters from Changyang Prefecture by himself. However, the group of old men from Changyang Prefecture did not stop because of this. They all roared out and an even more powerful aura erupted from their bodies. Their battle prowess instantly tripled. They then charged at Saya once more. The dozen or so saint weapons enveloped Saya, sealing off all his paths of escape. Sensing the sudden increase in battle prowess of the old men from the Huayun sect, a trace of surprise appeared in Saya's eyes. His face also became much more solemn. The saint weapon in his hand surged with energy as he swung it out with lightning speed, engaging in a great battle with the old men. The sound of weapons colliding continuously rang out. Every time they collided, a powerful shockwave of energy would spread out in all directions, turning the scenery in front of Changyang Prefecture into a mess. Although the battle was intense, the dozen or so experts from Changyang Prefecture were actually able to temporarily stop Saya, who was a Heaven Saint Master. Seeing that he was actually being entangled by a dozen Earth Saint Masters in front of so many people from the Huayun sect, Saya felt that he had lost some face. He immediately roared out, "Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite." Saya no longer held back and immediately attacked with his full strength. He completely erupted with the strength of a Heaven Saint Master, directly slashing at the saint weapon in the hands of one of the experts. The powerful force behind the slash caused the expert to vomit blood and fly back. Afterward, the old men from Changyang Prefecture were all injured by Saya. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and in the blink of an eye, the people who had been evenly matched with Saya were all defeated. Changyang Ba's face became extremely ugly. A Heaven Saint Master was far stronger than an Earth Saint Master. Even with a dozen or so people working together, they were still not his opponent. These Earth Saint Masters were already the strongest force that Changyang Prefecture could bring out. If even they could not stop Saya, then Changyang Prefecture really did not have any power left to contend against a Heaven Saint Master. Saya coldly smiled as he glanced at Changyang Hu and the old men. Without even turning his head, he said, "Cheng Fei, directly send people to capture them. If there are any obstructions, don't hold back." "Yes, Master." The Huayun sect master was overjoyed. He immediately arranged for a group of people to search Changyang Prefecture. In Changyang Hu's room, Jianshan's handsome face had already become ashen. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely intense. Just as he was about to break free from his mother's arms and charge out, his face suddenly froze. He gradually calmed down. At this moment, just as the people the Huayun sect master had arranged for were about to enter Changyang Prefecture to search, a long whistle suddenly rang out from the distance. The sound was vast and mighty, spreading across the vast horizon. A fiery red figure was flying over from the distance at an extremely fast speed. The enormous presence he gave off caused the clouds in the sky to violently surge. Saya's face suddenly changed. He said in a low voice, "Oh no, Chang Wuji has returned." Chapter 443. Saya's words caused the expressions of the Huayun sect's experts to change. They were incomparably fearful of Chang Wuji, because they had already heard of Chang Wuji's display of strength at the northern fort. He had used a heaven-tier battle skill to kill 2 Heaven Saint Masters in a row. That kind of battle prowess made them feel fear. Soon, an azure-robed old man flew over from the distance, slowly descending from the sky with a powerful aura. In the end, he stood in front of the Changyang Prefecture's group, blocking the Huayun sect's people. "Chang Bo, you've finally returned." Changyang Ba looked at the old man with pleasant surprise. He was very emotional. Currently, the Changyang Prefecture only had Chang Bo as a Heaven Saint Master. If Chang Bo hadn't returned, then no one in the Changyang Prefecture would have been able to stop Saya. In the end, the Huayun sect would have searched the entire mansion. Not only would they be unable to protect their 4th son, who had just returned, but the Changyang Prefecture would also lose all face. At this crucial moment, Chang Bo's sudden return was like a life-saving straw for Changyang Ba. His heart that had been in his throat completely relaxed. Even the injured old men let out a sigh of relief. There was finally someone who could deal with the enemy's Heaven Saint Master. Uncle Chang's expression was very unsightly. He glanced at the courtyard that had been destroyed because of the battle. When his gaze landed on more than a dozen pale and injured old men, a strong killing intent involuntarily flashed in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Family head, what's going on?" Changyangba walked over and said, "Changbo, yesterday Xiang suddenly returned. The Huayun sect received the news and specially came to capture Xiang." "What? The fourth young master has returned?" Changbo's face was filled with shock. Ever since Jianchen had left Changyang Prefecture, there had been no news of him. During that time, Changbo had suspected more than once that Jianchen had met with a mishap. However, he never thought that the fourth young master would actually return. Changyangba nodded and smiled. "I don't know where Xiang has been hiding for the past few years. He's been missing for several years, but fortunately, nothing has happened to him. He suddenly returned yesterday. It's good that he's back, it's good that he's back." Changbo's expression was also filled with excitement. Not only had Jianchen displayed outstanding talent from a young age and received Changbo's expectations, but he had also watched Jianchen grow up. Their relationship was not ordinary. Changbo slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. His eyes returned to their previous sharpness as he gloomily looked at the Huayun sect. He was indescribably furious as he roared, "Although Master is no longer here, my Changyang Prefecture is not a place where anyone can bully. All of you from the Huayun sect, get the hell out of here!" Uncle Chang made a grabbing motion in the air, and Yuan Qi gathered at a terrifying speed. Then, he pushed out with both hands, and an incomparably powerful energy surged out, forming a powerful shockwave that shot towards the Huayun sect's group. In front of this powerful energy, the Huayun sect's experts were unable to resist at all. They were all blown away, falling out of the door. The dozen or so Earth Saint Masters were unable to resist at all. Even Saya, who had just stepped into the realm of Heaven Saint Masters, found it difficult to resist this powerful energy. His feet left 2 deep marks on the ground as he was pushed out of the door. Changbo's control over this energy was extremely good. It was completely restrained, not causing any damage to the surroundings. He had already stepped into the realm of Heaven Saint Masters for many years. His strength was not something that a newcomer like Saya could compare to. Saya's expression became very ugly when he saw that he was unable to resist the energy that Chang Wuji had casually sent out. At the same time, he was shocked by Chang Wuji's strength. Changbo had always kept a very low profile. He was not even ranked among the top 10 experts of the Kingdom of Jessen. Outsiders did not even know about him. Even the guards of Changyang Prefecture did not know that Changbo, who was only a housekeeper, was actually a hidden expert. If it were not for the invasion of the 4 countries that exposed his strength, perhaps only the core members of Changyang Prefecture would know about him. Chang Wuji's gaze landed on Saya. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. "I remember that you're called Saya. I never thought that you would have broken through to the realm of Heaven Saint Master. Since you've injured the people of my Changyang Prefecture, don't blame me for being impolite. The dignity of my Changyang Prefecture will not be blasphemed." As he spoke, Chang Wuji's right hand grabbed at the air. The energy in the surroundings immediately began to surge once more. However, this time, he controlled the element of fire, which was known to be the most powerful of the 6 elements. Chang Wuji gathered the elemental energy extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had condensed into a sword of fire. He then threw it at Saya, who was outside the door. Saya's expression immediately changed. He was definitely not Chang Wuji's opponent with his strength as a newly advanced Heaven Saint Master. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew his saint weapon and used his full strength to receive the sword of fire. Boom! With a violent boom, a powerful shockwave of energy erupted outside the door, spreading out in all directions. At the same time, a faint layer of fiery red light appeared outside the entrance of Changyang Prefecture, protecting the walls of the Changyang Prefecture from being damaged by the shockwave of energy. Saya vomited a large mouthful of blood as his face instantly paled. He staggered backwards. Although they were both Heaven Saint Masters, the difference in strength was still too great. He could not even receive a casual attack from Chang Wuji. The disciples of the Huayun sect, who were closer to the entrance of Changyang Prefecture, were also affected. They were all swallowed by the shockwave of fire. Over 100 people were swallowed by the waves of fire. Several dozen people lost their lives in the sea of fire. Only a few people managed to escape, but they were all in horrible condition. Their clothes had been completely burned away. In the blink of an eye, the Huayun sect that had originally held the upper hand had been reduced to such a state because of Chang Wuji's appearance. Chang Wuji's strength was so great that the 1,000 people of the Huayun sect did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their expressions were all extremely ugly. Suddenly, 2 more powerful presences flew over from afar. They approached very quickly and slowly landed outside the main entrance of the Changyang clan. Both of them were old men in their 70s. They wore long white robes, had white hair and a youthful complexion. Their eyes were bright and full of expression. However, their complexions were very ugly at this moment. Their brows were tightly knitted together. However, the appearance of these 2 old men caused the upper echelon of the Huayun sect to rejoice. They immediately knelt on one knee and called out, "Greetings, Grand Elders." Over 1,000 Huayun sect disciples all knelt on one knee and called out the same words. Their voices overlapped, forming a huge sound wave that could shake the heavens and earth. It was a spectacular sight. The 2 Huayun sect Grand Elders frowned at this scene. One of them asked, "Ching Fei, what is going on?" Afterwards, the Huayun sect master told the 2 Grand Elders everything that had happened. Hearing this, the 2 Grand Elders sank into a short period of silence. If it was before, the Huayun sect definitely would not have let the Changyang Prefecture treat the Huayun sect in such a manner. They would have long since fought to the death. But because of the matter of the northern fort, Chang Wuji's hidden strength had been exposed. That made the 2 Grand Elders feel extremely fearful. They no longer dared to look down on the Changyang Prefecture like before. Killing 2 Heaven Saint Masters in a row was not something an ordinary person could do. Furthermore, Chang Wuji's Heaven Tier battle skill also gave the 2 Huayun sect Great Elders a great deal of pressure. One of the Grand Elders looked at Chang Wuji with an unsightly expression and said, "Chang Wuji, you killed several dozen of my Huayun sect's disciples. Aren't you a little too vicious?" Chang Wuji coldly snorted and said, "Not only did your Huayun sect destroy my Changyang Prefecture, you even injured several experts of my Changyang Prefecture. How do you want to settle this debt?" Chang Wuji strode forward, emitting a powerful battle intent as he pressured the 2 Huayun sect Grand Elders. He seemed ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The 2 Grand Elders' expressions changed at the same time, but they did not back down. One of them immediately explained, "I also heard about what happened back then. It all started because of Changyang Shoten. Changyang Shoten cut off the right arm of the next sect master of the Huayun sect, Qing Mingxiang. If we really want to calculate it, it is your Changyang Prefecture's fault. My Huayun sect coming to ask for Qing Mingxiang is only natural." Chapter 444. The 2 heavenly elders of the Huayun sect were greatly infuriated by Chang Wuji's words. Chang Wuji's words were basically cursing the next sect master, Qing Mingxiang, for being useless. "Chang Wuji, our Huayun sect will remember today's matter. Let's go," one of the Grand Elders said in a deep voice before leading the Huayun sect's people away, their faces covered in dirt. The current Changyang Prefecture was no longer the old Changyang Prefecture. Because of Chang Wuji, the 2 Grand Elders of the Huayun sect didn't dare to be too impudent. Once they fought with Chang Wuji, even if they worked together, they didn't have absolute confidence in winning. What they feared the most was Chang Wuji's Heaven Tier battle skill. Although the Huayun sect had gained another Heaven Saint Master, he had only just stepped into the Heaven Saint realm. While he could bully a few Earth Saint Masters, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from a veteran Heaven Saint Master like Chang Wuji. The difference between each cycle of Heaven Saint Masters was enormous. Chang Wuji didn't make things too difficult for the Huayun sect. Changyang Prefecture's current strength was comparable to the Huayun sect's. If they really fought, both sides would suffer heavy losses. That was something no one wanted to see. Suda, immediately call people to tidy up the estate, Chang Wuji said to a bald old man behind him. Yes. The old man called Suda respectfully replied before immediately retreating. He was also the steward of the Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Prefecture had two stewards. Chang Bo was the steward while Suda was the assistant steward. He assisted Chang Bo in managing all the affairs of the clan. Chang Bo arrived in front of the old men and said, "Elders, you should all go and treat your injuries." The old men exchanged a few words before leaving. The several hundred guards of the Changyang Prefecture also dispersed under Changyang Ba's orders. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Only the mess at the entrance was proof of what had happened. After everyone left, Chang Bo lightly sighed. A gratified smile appeared on his face as he said, "I never thought that the fourth young master would still be alive. This is truly something worth celebrating. Patriarch, bring me to see the fourth young master. After not seeing him for a few years, I'm very curious to see just what kind of cultivation his talent has reached." Changyang Ba chuckled. "Xiang'er is in a who's room. Chang Bo, let's go." Afterwards, Chang Wuji and Changyang Ba walked towards Changyang Hu's room. Apart from the three women, only Jianchen was still standing in the middle of the room. He was very eye-catching. The moment they entered the room, Chang Wuji's gaze immediately fell on Jianchen. His expression immediately froze, and his mouth immediately opened wide. His face was filled with disbelief. Changyang Ba did not notice Chang Bo's expression. Looking at the restless women, he immediately comforted them. "The Huayun sect's people have already retreated. Don't worry, Xiang'er is fine. Right now, the Huayun sect won't dare to offend us." Hearing this, Bai Yuntian let out a sigh of relief. Her heart finally relaxed. As for Jianchen's second aunt, Yu Fengyan, and first aunt, Ling Long, the two women also let out sighs of relief. "Greetings, Chang Bo." Jianchen clasped his hands towards Chang Bo from afar. Seeing the shock on Chang Bo's face, the treacherous official also revealed an indescribable smile. Jianchen's call of Chang Bo caused Chang Wuji to return to his senses. Looking at Jianchen with shock, he said in shock, You really are the fourth young master." Looking at that familiar face, Chang Wuji was extremely shocked. He could not help but recall the scene at the border fortress of the Pingyang Kingdom. An extremely young and mysterious expert had fought against 5 Heaven Saint Masters by himself. In the end, he had personally beheaded 4 of them. The last Heaven Saint Master from the Qiangan Kingdom had also lost an arm and fled miserably. And this mysterious expert's appearance was clearly the same as the person in front of him. Changyang Ba could also hear that something was wrong with Chang Wuji's tone. Looking back at Chang Wuji in confusion, his expression immediately became strange. He really could not understand why the usually calm Chang Bo would suddenly lose his composure like this. "Chang Bo, what's wrong?" Changyang Ba asked in confusion. He was extremely puzzled by Chang Wuji's expression. Jian Chen's mother, Bai Yuntian, and his 2 aunts looked at each other. Their faces were filled with doubt. Uncle Chang's loss of composure had shocked the 3 of them. This was the first time they had seen Uncle Chang reveal such an expression since they had met him. Jianchen faintly smiled and nodded. "Chang Bo, I am Xiangtian. Don't you even recognize me?" Impossible, how is this possible?" Chang Bo stared blankly at Jianchen. The mysterious expert who had killed 4 Heaven Saint Masters by himself was actually the 4th young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten. This was very difficult for him to accept because when Changyang Shoten ran away from home at the age of 15, he was only a basic saint. Now, only 5 years had passed and Changyang Shoten had already become a heaven saint master. This was just too shocking. Changbo, what are you saying? Changyangba asked again. He was completely confused by Changbo's words. Uncle Chang took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his shock. He slowly said, Patriarch, do you still remember when I told you that a mysterious expert had beheaded 4 heaven saint masters from the Pingyang kingdom back in the northern fort? Changyangba nodded and did not say anything. He waited for Changbo to continue. Chang Wuji was silent for a while before continuing with a trembling voice. This mysterious expert was actually the 4th young master. What? Changyangba immediately cried out in surprise. His face was filled with disbelief as he asked, Changbo, what did you just say? The mysterious expert who beheaded 4 heaven saint masters in the Pingyang kingdom was the 4th young master, Changbo said again. He spoke very slowly so that everyone in the room could hear him clearly. As soon as Changbo finished speaking, the entire room fell into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jianchen. Even Changyang, who was lying on the bed, turned his head to look at Jianchen. His face was filled with disbelief. Bai Yuntian was the first to return to her senses. She laughed and said, Changbo, I think you've got the wrong person. Xiang is only 21 years old this year. He's not as powerful as you say. Changyangba looked at Jianchen and asked with a trembling voice, Xiang is what Changbo said true? You were the one who beheaded the 4 heaven saint masters in the Pingyang kingdom? Changyangba's eyes were filled with hope. He also did not dare to believe that his 4th son had such strength. However, he could not help but ask. He also believed that Changbo would not speak without thinking. Jianchen nodded and said, Changbo is right. Father, I was the one who killed the 4 heaven saint masters in the Pingyang kingdom. Jianchen's calm words made everyone in the room speechless. A young man who was not even in his 20s was actually able to kill heaven saint masters. It was truly shocking. How is this possible? Xiang you were only 15 years old when you left Changyang Prefecture. You had just condensed a saint weapon and became a saint. It has only been 6 years since then. How did you become so powerful? Bai Yuntian cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Xiangtian, how did you kill those heaven saint masters? Yu Fengyan also asked in shock. Xiang just what level of strength have you reached? Even I can't see through you. Changyangba's voice trembled. He was unable to hide the excitement in his voice. The joy in his heart had reached an indescribable level. Jianchen pondered for a moment and said, Father, Mother, due to some fortuitous encounters, my path of cultivation has undergone a huge change. I have completely broken away from the hierarchy of the Tian-Yuan continent. My current strength should be at the level of a heaven saint master because I can already control the energy of the world. Jianchen was unable to accurately determine his own strength. The reason why he could easily kill heaven saint masters was because of the origin energy of the sword spirits. With the origin energy of the sword spirits, Jianchen did not even fear a 6th cycle heaven saint master. However, without the origin energy of the sword spirits, Jianchen could only rely on his ability to control everything. It would take him quite a bit of effort to kill a heaven saint master. Heaven saint master, heaven saint master. Xiang have you really become a heaven saint master? Bai Yuntian's heart was filled with great joy. She could not help but tremble. Her son was a heaven saint master. This shocked and excited her at the same time. Jianchen's 2 aunts were shocked as well. They both looked at Jianchen like they were looking at a monster. Chapter 445. Changbo slowly exhaled as he sighed emotionally. The 4th young master's talent has always been extraordinary since he was young. I once looked forward to what the 4th young master could achieve in the future, but I never thought that in just 6 years, The fourth young master would go from a new saint to a peak expert like a heaven saint master. Even with the entire continent in perspective, such a genius is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Ha ha ha! The person who was most excited after hearing Chang Bo's praise was Changyang Ba. He was unable to suppress his surging emotions as he laughed aloud. 2 beads of tears slowly flowed from his eyes. This is just too unbelievable. Xiangtian is actually a heaven saint master. Let's quickly spread this news. Our Changyang prefecture has such a genius. Even the imperial family will want to curry favor with us, Jianqin's second aunt Yu Fengyan emotionally said. Hearing this, Jianchen hurriedly said, "Second aunt, it's best if we don't spread this matter. I don't want too many people to know." A 21-year-old heaven saint master was just too shocking. If this news were to spread, it would probably spread across the entire continent very quickly. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Jianchen did not want to become the center of attention either. The fourth young master is right. It's best if we don't spread this news. We should hide it for as long as we can. If the large organizations that stand at the peak of the continent learn about the fourth young master's talent, no one can predict what will happen in the future. They might try to rope him in, or they might do something that is detrimental to the fourth young master, Chang Bo said. He was rather stern. Changyang Ba also realized this. He slowly calmed down and sternly said, "Chang Bo is right. It's best that we keep this news to ourselves. Don't spread it. Although this will bring glory to our Changyang prefecture, it will also bring endless trouble to Xiang'er." Jianqin's mother, Bai Yuntian, paled in fright when she heard this. No one cared more about her child than she did. Jianqin's 2 aunts also became stern. They understood that a man's wealth was his own ruin. In their eyes, Jianqin had already become a precious gem. Jianqin did not really care about this issue after hearing Chang Bo and his father's words. He knew his own strength extremely well. As long as he did not come across a saint ruler, he would not be in too much danger. Even if a saint ruler wanted to move against him, the other imperial protector of the Qin Empire would not just sit by and do nothing with his identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. In the kingdom of Jessen's imperial palace, the plainly dressed king and the principal of Kargath Academy, Kafir, sat in a pavilion in the garden. "Imperial uncle, who do you think this imperial protector of the Qin Empire, Jianqin, is? Why did he come from so far away to help our kingdom of Jessen repel the allied army? Although our kingdom of Jessen is rich in territory, it is not enough to catch the eye of the Qin Empire. Moreover, the distance between us and the Qin Empire is just too great." The king of the kingdom of Jessen asked the question that was on his mind. He had thought about this question for a long time, but he still could not figure it out. Kafir shook his head. "I've never heard of the name Jianqin either. I'm also very confused as to why the Qin Empire would suddenly help our kingdom of Jessen. They came from so far away to help us fend off our enemies. From this we can tell that the imperial protector of the Qin Empire has some sort of relationship with our kingdom of Jessen." The king of the kingdom of Jessen furrowed his brows. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes and he asked softly, "Imperial uncle, do you think this has something to do with the ancestor of the Changyang Empire?" A gleam of light flashed through Kafir's eyes as well. At this moment, a guard quickly ran in from outside and knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty, this is an urgent letter from Lore City." The king's expression changed when he heard that it was news from Lore City. He said, "Bring it up." The guard immediately stepped forward and respectfully handed the letter to the king. The king opened the letter and read it. A sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "I never thought that he would still be alive." Kafir's expression changed when he heard that. He said in surprise, "Don't tell me that the ancestor of the Changyang Empire has returned. If it's him, then the matter of the Qin Empire makes sense." The king shook his head and handed the letter to Kafir. After reading the contents of the letter, Kaffir's face was filled with surprise as he said, "It's actually Changyang Shoten. I never thought that Changyang Shoten would actually return alive. After he left Changyang Prefecture, there was no news of him at all. Moreover, the people of Changyang Prefecture sent out a large number of people to search for him, but they were unable to find any clues. I originally thought that he had met with some mishap, but I never thought that he would actually return on his own. How shocking!" A smile appeared on the king's face as he said, "This Changyang Shoten really came back at the right time. However, this Changyang Shoten really hid his strength well. If it weren't for the matter of the northern fort, I'm afraid that none of us would have known that he was so strong. Now that his strength has been completely exposed, the Huayun sect probably won't dare to treat Changyang Prefecture the same way they did a few years ago. Now that Changyang Shoten can be considered safe." Kaffir nodded as he thought back to the time when Changyang Shoten had just broken through to the Saint Realm. He murmured, "This child Changyang Shoten's talent is truly extraordinary. If he is given time, his future will be limitless. We must nurture him well." A palace maid walked over from the distance and bowed slightly as she softly said, "Reporting to your majesty, the envoys of the Blue Wind Kingdom, the Antilles Kingdom, the Hidden Dragon Kingdom, and the Pingyang Kingdom have all arrived at the Imperial Palace. They are currently waiting in the hall." "Understood. You may leave." The king waved his hand as he indifferently said, "Yes, your majesty." The palace maid immediately retreated. The Qin Empire's deterrence is truly great. These 4 kingdoms have all been greatly frightened by the Qin Empire. "Imperial uncle, I'll leave first. I'll see what kind of compensation the envoys of the 4 kingdoms have to offer." Changyang Prefecture. By now, news of the 4th young master's return had already spread throughout the prefecture. Even the other 3 families of Lore City had received the news. The family heads of the 3 families immediately brought congratulatory gifts to pay a visit. Although Changyang Prefecture was one of the 4 great families of Lore City, only a few core members knew that Changyang Prefecture was the strongest in Lore City. That was because Changyang Prefecture had already stood tall in Lore City for several hundred years, while the other 3 families were only rising stars. It was only because Changyang Prefecture had always kept a low profile that Changyang Prefecture was seen as an equal power to the 4 great families in the eyes of the commoners. Changyang Ba personally received the 3 family heads. Even Chang Bo personally came out, causing the 3 family heads to feel extremely honored. Although Chang Bo was a Heaven Saint Master, he did not have the slightest arrogance of a Heaven Saint Master. He completely regarded himself as the chief steward of Changyang Prefecture and did all the things that a steward should do. In front of Changyang Ba, he even referred to himself as an old servant. The 3 family heads had come to pay a visit mainly in hopes of having their children marry into Changyang Prefecture. However, when Changyang Ba told them that their 4th son had already been engaged to Princess Glan a few years ago, the 3 family heads were all disappointed. They then stayed in the prefecture for a while, chatting with Changyang Ba for a while before leaving. That afternoon, Jianshan walked out of Changyang Prefecture. After passing through a few streets, he arrived at the inn where Xin Fang and her son were temporarily staying. He then brought the 2 of them out of the inn and walked towards Changyang Prefecture. "Greetings to the 4th young master." The guards at the entrance immediately greeted Jianshan. Right now, almost all the guards in Changyang Prefecture recognized the 4th young master who had been away for a few years. Jianshan nodded slightly and brought Xin Fang and her son into the courtyard with their heads held high. He temporarily brought Xin Fang and her son to the guest hall and called for 2 maids to scout. Afterwards, he directly went to see Chang Bo and asked Chang Bo to properly take care of the mother and son. He also told Chang Bo about his relationship with them. When Chang Bo heard that the husband of the couple had already lost his life to save Jianshan, his expression immediately became serious. He personally went to take care of Shunfang and her son's identity, and told this matter to Changyangba and Bai Yuntian. After Jianshan's parents found out about the relationship between Jianshan and the mother and son, they immediately put down what they were doing and personally went to receive the mother and son. Along the way, they asked about their well-being with an expression of indescribable gratitude. Since then, Shunfang and her son temporarily stayed in Changyang Prefecture. Their status was not ordinary. However, Jianshan did not disclose the news of Uncle Kendall's death to Shunfang and her son. Outside the courtyard of Changyang Prefecture, Jianshan and Changbo were strolling. Jianshan suddenly asked, "Changbo, is there any way to restore a person whose divine weapon was destroyed?" Changbo shook his head and said, "No, at least I haven't heard of it." "Fourth young master, is it because of Ken Shaosan?" Jianshan sighed softly. He said, "Ken Shaosan was harmed by me. If his problem is not solved, I will not be able to forgive him." Changbo fell silent for a while before saying, "Fourth young master, the Tianyuan continent is very large. There are all sorts of treasures. The domains we have seen are only the tip of the iceberg. Although I do not know if there is anything on the Tianyuan continent that can restore a person whose divine weapon was destroyed, that does not prove that there is absolutely no such thing." Jianshan fell silent. If he could not restore Ken Shaosan, he would never be able to forgive himself. Not only was Ken Shaosan the son of Uncle Kendall, he was also the one who had caused him to become like this. "Changbo, I need to leave for a while. The matter with the Huayun sect should be dealt with," Jianshan said expressionlessly. His voice was very calm, and no one could tell what he was feeling. Chapter 446. Fourth young master, if you do this, then your strength will definitely be exposed. Although it will bring you a moment of glory, this old servant is worried that it will bring you a series of troubles. Changbo frowned and said with some worry, "Changbo, you don't have to worry about this problem. I have a way to deal with it." Jianshan's tone was very calm, as if he didn't care about Changbo's worries at all. Seeing Jianshan's confident expression, although Changbo didn't know what Jianshan was relying on, at least he was relieved. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "Fourth young master, let this old servant accompany you." Jianshan shook his head and said, "Changbo, I can deal with the Huayun sect's matter by myself. I should be clear about my strength. I already have this ability." Hearing this, Changbo couldn't help but think of the scene of Jianshan displaying his strength in the Pingyang Kingdom stronghold. He immediately revealed a gratified smile and said, "Now that fourth young master has become a peak expert who can hold up against a side, this old servant won't interfere. Changbo, I'll have to trouble you to tell my parents. I will be back soon." When talking about his parents, Jianshan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of gentleness. "I will tell the fourth madam and the family head. Fourth young master, go early and come back early." Jianshan nodded, and with a thought, the yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly surged crazily. A layer of strong and powerful wind element wrapped around Jianshan's body. Then Jianshan stomped his feet on the ground, and like a cannonball, his body turned into a light blue phantom and shot into the sky like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the vast expanse of white clouds. Seeing Jianshan disappear into the clouds, Changbo's face revealed a strange expression and muttered, "Strange, when we were at the Pingyang Kingdom stronghold, I clearly saw the fourth young master control the fire element. How can he control the wind element at the same time? Could it be that the fourth young master can control both wind and fire elements at the same time?" Changbo raised his head and stared at the vast expanse of white clouds for a moment. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said to himself, "The fourth young master's achievements have far exceeded my expectations. It seems that it won't be long before the Changyang Prefecture enters the ranks of the top clans because of the fourth young master. I wonder if the master will be able to come back. If he knew that our Changyang Prefecture had such an outstanding descendant, I wonder how happy he would be. Afterwards, Chang Bo found Chang Yongba and told him the news of Jianshan's departure. After Chang Yongba heard of this matter, his eyebrows immediately knitted together. He said with some worry, "Chang Bo, will Xiang be okay if he goes alone?" Chang Bo shook his head and said, "No, I personally saw the fourth young master's strength. Even the four heaven saint masters of the Pingyang kingdom and the Qiangan kingdom's Qian Yun sect were unable to harm the fourth young master at all, let alone the Huayun sect. I just don't know how Xiang plans to deal with the Huayun sect. According to what you said, Xiang strength seems to be able to easily destroy the Huayun sect. Back then, the Huayun sect forced Xiang to leave for a few years. Xiang resentment towards the Huayun sect must be extremely strong. Do you think that Xiang will really go overboard and destroy the Huayun sect?" Chang Yongba's eyebrows tightly knitted together as he voiced his worry. Hearing this, Chang Bo was slightly stunned. Soon after, his expression also changed. He said, "Crap, I actually didn't think of this. With the fourth young master's strength, he does indeed have the ability to destroy the Huayun sect. But our kingdom of Jessen has just gone through a great battle. Not only is our national strength weak, but we have also lost 3 heaven saint masters. Our strength is far from what it was before. If the Huayun sect is destroyed by the fourth young master, then our kingdom of Jessen's strength will definitely fall into a period of decline. It will take us at least 100 years to recover." That's right. If Xiang really does kill all the experts of the Huayun sect, then this matter will be difficult to deal with. Right now, our kingdom of Jessen can't afford to lose a heaven saint master. Chang Yongba's expression became somewhat solemn. Whether the kingdom of Jessen could continue to develop or not completely depended on the support of heaven saint masters. This was because heaven saint masters were the spiritual pillars of every kingdom. They were the symbol of strength. Even the loss of one would be a great blow to the kingdom. Moreover, the first sect master of the Huayun sect was one of the founding heroes of the kingdom of Jessen. He had a great amount of contributions and his status was extraordinary. If the people of Changyang Prefecture were to destroy the Huayun sect, then it would indeed be unreasonable. Several thousand meters in the air, Jianshan flew through the white clouds at high speed. The thick layer of clouds completely covered his body. He did not bring the white tiger with him this time. He had fed the white tiger several heavenly resources the night before. With the speed at which the white tiger digested the medicinal energy, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for it to wake up. The Huayun sect was over 4,000 kilometers away from Lore City. It was located on one of the most famous mountains in the kingdom of Jessen, Mount Tianhua. The Huayun sect had an extremely important position in the kingdom of Jessen. It was the strongest power in the kingdom of Jessen aside from the imperial family. If their newly promoted heaven saint master was included, then the Huayun sect was fully deserving of being called the strongest power in the kingdom of Jessen. Even the imperial family was suppressed by them. The Huayun sect had existed in the kingdom of Jessen for several hundred years. When the kingdom of Jessen had just been founded, the Huayun sect and the Changyang Prefecture had both been established at the same time. The founder of the Huayun sect, the ancestor of the Changyang Prefecture, and the first principal of the Kargath Institute were all founding heroes of the kingdom of Jessen. After 4 hours of flying, Jianshan finally arrived at Mount Tianhua. He landed 5 kilometers away and slowly walked toward the Huayun sect. The large group of people from the Huayun sect had only just returned in the morning. Everyone was very busy. A large number of disciples were hurriedly shuttling through the Huayun sect. However, there were still 10 disciples standing guard at the towering entrance. They were divided into 2 groups and were in charge of guarding the entrance. Jianshan puffed out his chest and walked toward the Huayun sect with large strides. When he was 30 meters away from the entrance, 2 disciples immediately stopped him and arrogantly asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to our Huayun sect?" The news of Saya becoming a Heaven Saint Master had already spread throughout the Huayun sect. Now that the Huayun sect had 3 Heaven Saint Masters, it was truly the strongest power in the kingdom of Jessen. Because of this, the ordinary disciples of the Huayun sect had become much more arrogant than before. They did not place anyone in their eyes. Chapter 447. The loud noise at the gate alarmed the disciples who were busy near the gate. Immediately, many disciples put down the things in their hands and quickly ran toward the gate. Jianshan stepped over the collapsed entrance of the Huayun sect and walked in neither hurriedly nor slowly. Grabbing at the air with both hands, the surrounding yuan qi once more began to surge. It gathered in his hands at an inconceivable speed, quickly condensing into 2 fiery red swords that emitted heaven-burning flames. With a shake of his hands, he shot them toward a large hall in front of him. Boom! Following a huge explosion, the large hall was swallowed by a huge wave of flames. The entire hall collapsed and was charred black. The Huayun sect's buildings were completely made of granite. This kind of stone was very resistant to fire and would not burn. Originally, Jianshan had wanted to use the method he had used on Yangjizong to burn down the Huayun sect. But the Huayun sect's buildings made Jianshan give up on that idea. This huge explosion alarmed the entire Huayun sect. The fiery light that filled the sky was extremely dazzling, illuminating half of the sky and attracting even more people's attention. Immediately, all of the Huayun sect's disciples began to rush over. Even some of the Huayun sect's higher-ups were alarmed and rushed over from all directions. Not long after, over 200 people wearing the same uniform had gathered outside the Huayun sect's entrance. They surrounded Jianshan, the uninvited guest. "Brat, who are you? Do you not want to live anymore? You actually dare to behave so atrociously in my Huayun sect. You actually destroyed our Huayun sect's entrance. Our Huayun sect will definitely not forgive you." The 200 Huayun sect disciples all angrily cursed at Jianshan. Their furious gazes seemed to be able to spit fire. Jianshan had destroyed the Huayun sect's entrance, which was equivalent to a slap to the Huayun sect's face. These Huayun sect disciples all felt extremely furious, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Now that the Huayun sect had 3 peak Heaven Saint Masters, there was no power in the kingdom of Jessen that dared to oppose them. The glory of having 3 Heaven Saint Masters made these ordinary disciples of the Huayun sect feel extremely proud. Their gazes became much higher, and they no longer put anyone in their eyes. "Second martial uncle is here. Everyone, make way." At this time, a loud shout rang out from within, and the 200 Huayun sect disciples immediately opened up a path for that person. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe with a resolute expression walked in with a majestic gait. His sharp eyes were like unsheathed swords as he stared at Jianshan. "Sir, who are you? Why did you destroy my Huayun sect's entrance and a large hall? If you don't give me a clear explanation, no matter who you are, don't even think of leaving today," the middle-aged man sternly shouted. Hearing this, Jianshan's gaze turned cold. He sneered. "The Huayun sect is actually even more arrogant than I imagined. You don't put anyone in your eyes at all. According to what you're saying, if I were a prince of the kingdom of Jessen, wouldn't you also leave me here?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, "Impudent! Don't talk nonsense. I've seen the 2 princes of the kingdom of Jessen. Just who are you? Hurry up and tell me, or don't blame my Huayun sect for being impolite." "Impolite? I just happen to want to see just how impolite you are. If you have any ability, then go ahead and show me," Jianshan sneered. His gaze became even colder, and an intense killing intent flickered in his eyes. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Now that the Huayun sect had 3 Heaven Saint Masters, their status in the kingdom of Jessen had skyrocketed. No one could compare to them. So he did not place this youth in his eyes at all. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Go, capture him. If he dares to resist, don't hold back." Yes. The middle-aged man clearly had a lot of prestige. Many disciples responded, and several dozen of them immediately charged at Jianchen with saint weapons in hand. They attacked with their full strength as soon as they arrived. Jianchen slowly crossed his arms in front of his chest. He just stood there with his back straight, showing no intention of fighting. However, just as the disciples approached within 10 meters of his body, the sand and stones on the ground suddenly flew up without warning, carrying a layer of faint purple and green light as they shot out in all directions at lightning speed. In an instant, miserable cries rang out everywhere. Several dozen vigorous Huayuan sect disciples collapsed on the ground in the blink of an eye, howling in pain. Their bodies were riddled with countless tiny holes. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing their clothes red. All of them were heavily injured. Some of the weaker ones even died on the spot due to internal injuries. The expression of the middle-aged man called second martial uncle suddenly changed. He gravely looked at Jianchen's face that did not seem to be in his 20s. At this moment, he no longer dared to look down on this youth, who was much younger than him. "Just who are you?" the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, but he did not show any fear. "What's going on?" At this moment, a deep voice rang out from behind. The sect master of the Huayun sect, Qing Fei, had led a group of experts over, followed by a large group of Huayun sect disciples. "Greetings, sect master." The middle-aged man immediately bowed to Qing Fei and explained, "Sect master, we don't know where this brat came from. Not only did he barge into our Huayun sect for no reason, he even destroyed our main hall and injured several dozen disciples." Seeing the ruins of the sect, Qing Fei's expression became somewhat gloomy. Yesterday, the Huayun sect had suffered a loss in Changyang Prefecture and returned dejectedly. Today, someone had come to cause trouble and even destroyed the Huayun sect's main hall. This was simply a slap to the Huayun sect's face. "Who are you? Why have you come to cause trouble in my Huayun sect?" Qing Fei glared at Jianchen. His expression was very unsightly. "Sect master of the Huayun sect, haven't you been looking for me for several years? Yesterday you even came to my house to cause trouble. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Jianchen coldly sneered at Qing Fei. Qing Fei's expression changed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "You are Changyang Shoten?" "That's right. Sect Master Qing, didn't you want to capture me, Changyang Shoten, and bring me to your Huayun sect? Now that I, Changyang Shoten, have taken the initiative to come to your Huayun sect, I want to see just what your Huayun sect can do to me. Back then, your Huayun sect forced me to leave my home. Now it's time to properly settle that debt." Jianchen spoke one word at a time, the resentment in his heart extremely intense. Qing Fei's expression was somewhat bewildered as he looked behind Jianchen. His expression became somewhat serious and he loudly said, "Senior Chang Wuji, since you've come, please show yourself." Jianchen coldly smiled. "There's no need to call me. I'm the only one here. Chang Bo didn't come at all." Hearing that, a trace of joy flashed in Qing Fei's eyes, and the worry in his heart disappeared. He coldly smiled. "Changyang Shoten, if you had obediently stayed in Changyang Prefecture, my Huayun sect wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But since you've taken the initiative to come here, it's not up to you to decide. Humph, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Who knows who will live and who will die today?" Jianchen's face was filled with disdain. A cruel smile appeared on Qing Fei's face. His gaze swept past the destroyed gate and hall, and he disdainfully said, "Changyang Shoten, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've learned some skills over the years. 6 years have passed, and the enmity of my son's arm should be settled today." Qing Fei took a step back and waved his hand. "Go, don't take his life." A few of the experts standing behind Qing Fei immediately took out their saint weapons, and their bodies turned into blurs as they quickly charged at Jianchen. They were actually all Earth Saint Masters. As Earth Saint Masters, they all had a certain level of insight. From the destruction of the gate and hall, they had already determined that Changyang Shoten was at least an Earth Saint Master. As a result, they didn't dare to underestimate him, and they all attacked together. A strong killing intent flashed through Jianshan's eyes. His right hand repeatedly pointed at the air, and azure sword chi shot out from his fingertips, shooting toward the Earth Saint Masters at lightning speed. The Earth Saint Masters of the Huayun sect didn't dare to be careless. They immediately waved their saint weapons to block the incoming sword chi. When the two collided, a clear ringing sound rang out, and the sword chi immediately dissipated. However, the Earth Saint Masters suddenly trembled, and their charging speed came to an abrupt halt. They then staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing themselves. Although the sword chi was only the size of a finger, it contained an extremely powerful force. Even with their strength as Earth Saint Masters, it was difficult for them to block it. The Huayun sect experts were greatly shocked. However, just as they stabilized themselves, several more beams of azure and violet sword chi tore through the air toward them. The experts hurriedly raised their saint weapons to block, but 3 of the weaker ones had their foreheads pierced by the azulate sword chi. They immediately collapsed to the ground with their eyes wide open. They had died with remaining grievances. Seeing this scene, an old man who had originally planned on watching from the back suddenly had a change in expression. He immediately yelled, "Go help them!" After saying that, he took the lead to charge at Jianshan. Behind him, the other experts who had been watching with folded arms also took out their saint weapons, following closely behind the old man as they charged at Jianshan. Chapter 448. After recovering from his shock, the Huayun sect master's face became gloomy. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Changyang Prefecture's Chang Wuji had already given the Huayun sect a lot of pressure. Even though they now had 3 Heaven Saint Masters, they were still unable to suppress Changyang Prefecture. Now that another genius had appeared in Changyang Prefecture, Cheng Fei began to worry for the Huayun sect's future. Changyang Shoten is only 21 years old, but he already has the ability to fight against Earth Saint Masters. And from the looks of it, even among Earth Saint Masters, his strength can be considered at the peak. If such a person is allowed to grow, then our Huayun sect will be trampled under Changyang Prefecture's feet. Cheng Fei thought to himself. Soon after, a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He immediately took out a piece of the mother-child twin jade from his space ring and crushed it, notifying the great elders who were cultivating in the back mountains. In a huge mountain behind the Huayun sect, the 3 Heaven Saint Masters of the Huayun sect were gathered. 2 of the great elders were taking turns to pass on their cultivation knowledge and experience to Saya, who had just become a Heaven Saint Master. At this moment, one of the great elders' expressions suddenly changed. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized piece of jade appeared in his hand. The jade had already been broken in half. Looking at the 2 halves of the jade, the other great elder and Saya's expression became somewhat serious. They naturally knew what the 2 halves of the jade represented. It seems that something has happened in the Huayun sect. Senior brother, you stay here and teach Saya. I'll go to the front mountains to see what's going on, said one of the great elders. Another great elder stood up from the stone bench and said in a deep voice, I think something big must have happened. Otherwise, Cheng Fei wouldn't have crushed the mother-child twin jade. Let's go and take a look. The 3 Heaven Saint Masters of the Huayun sect immediately left the cave and flew to the front. At the entrance of the Huayun sect, several loud sounds rang out. Over 10 Earth Saint Masters who had surrounded Jianshan were sent flying by Jianshan, vomiting blood. They smashed into the building behind them, creating a large hole in the wall. Are you really Changyang Shoten? The Huayun sect master stared at Jianshan with a rather pale face. He found it very difficult to accept what had just happened. Over a dozen Earth Saint Masters had actually been defeated by Changyang Shoten. Even though this was happening right in front of him, he still felt like it was a dream. It was so unbelievable that he even began to doubt the identity of the person in front of him. Was he really Changyang Shoten, who was around the same age as Qing Mingxiang? Over a dozen pale-faced Earth Saint Masters walked out of the hole in the wall and stood before Qing Fei in the end. Their gazes toward Jianchen were filled with shock. They had also been stunned by Jianchen's strength. Sect Master Qing, right now, I, Changyang Shoten, am standing right here. If your Huayun sect has any ability, then feel free to use it. Let's see what you can do to me. Jianchen expressionlessly said. Changyang Shoten, with your arrogant cultivation, our Huayun sect is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Once the Grand Elder comes, you can only obediently wait to be captured. An Earth Saint Master standing behind Qing Fei angrily shouted. Just as he finished speaking, 3 powerful auras spread out from the back of the Huayun sect. 3 white-robed figures quickly flew over from the distance, finally landing in front of the Huayun sect's upper echelon. Seeing the 3 Heaven Saint Masters arrive, the Huayun sect disciples immediately knelt on one knee and loudly shouted, "We greet the Grand Elder." The voices of several hundred people overlapped, forming a huge sound wave that reverberated through the mountain peak. It was an incomparably magnificent sight. "Who are you?" Saya glared at Jianchen and asked in a deep voice. His face was somewhat gloomy, treating the surrounding disciples as if they were nothing. The 2 Grand Elders did not say anything. Their gazes swept over the destroyed gate and the hall behind it a few times. Their expressions became more and more serious. The 2 of them had been Heaven Saint Masters for many years now, so they could clearly sense the extremely dense fire elemental energy in the air. Controlling the energy of the world was an ability that only Heaven Saint Masters could use. Grand Elders, Master, he is the culprit who cut off my son's arm, Changyang Shoten. The sect master of the Huayun sect, Qing Fei, gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Now that the 3 Heaven Saint Masters of the Huayun sect had arrived, he was filled with confidence. He no longer feared Jianchen. Hearing that, a gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the 3 Heaven Saint Masters of the Huayun sect. They studied Jianchen, and Saya immediately lost his cool. He yelled, "Changyang Xiangtian, you really are bold. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you've come to my Huayun sect today, stay here." In Saya's heart, his resentment for Jianchen was extremely strong. Yesterday, it was precisely because of Jianchen that he had lost all face in front of Chang Wuji in front of so many Huayun sect disciples. He was still brooding over it. "Saya, shut your mouth." One of the Grand Elders frowned and shouted at Saya. His tone was somewhat strict. Saya's neck shrunk back, and he immediately stopped talking. Although he was also a Heaven Saint Master, the 2 Grand Elders still held great prestige in his heart. He did not dare to resist their words at all. One of the Grand Elders looked at Jianchen with a complicated expression. He asked with uncertainty, "Are you really the 4th young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten?" "Correct. I am Changyang Shoten," said Jianchen. Having received confirmation, the 2 Grand Elders looked at each other, a trace of shock in their eyes. After a moment of hesitation, one of the Grand Elders said, "Changyang Shoten, have you come because of what happened yesterday?" "That's only the first reason. The second reason is that your Huayun sect relied on its strength to force me to leave my home. The new enmity from yesterday and the old grudges of the past will all be settled today," said Jianchen coldly. "Changyang Shoten, the 2 of us have heard of what happened back then. Although it was caused by Qing Mingxiang, and he did not know how to act appropriately, you did not need to cut off his arm. After all, he is the next sect master of our Huayun sect. What face will our Huayun sect have left if you do this?" One of the Grand Elders calmly said. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. "Grand Elder, there's no need to waste words with him. Just capture him. If we don't properly teach him a lesson, what face will our Huayun sect have left in the kingdom of Jessen?" Qing Fei was a bit impatient. He had long since wanted to avenge his son's arm. Now that the opportunity had finally come, he could not wait any longer. "Shut your mouth!" One of the Grand Elders angrily glared at Ching Fei, scaring him into not daring to say another word. Afterwards, the Grand Elder turned to Jianchen and solemnly said, "Changyang Shoten, how do you plan on settling this?" Jianchen pondered for a moment before saying, "The Huayun sect is the founding minister of the kingdom of Jessen. It has great merits, and I don't want to go too far. How about this? I'll give you two choices. The first is for me to destroy the Huayun sect and erase it from the kingdom of Jessen." The expressions of all the Huayun sect disciples became extremely ugly. As for the newly advanced Heaven Saint Master, Saya, his face was ashen from anger. His eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. If it were not for the presence of the Grand Elders, he would have already attacked. Even the two Grand Elders' expressions became extremely ugly. Jianchen continued, "The second choice is for the three of you to have a great battle with me. If you can defeat me, all of your past grievances will be written off. If you lose, I want the two of you to personally cut off Saya's right arm as payment for what he did yesterday. Furthermore, I want you to abolish the Huayun sect's current sect master." Saya finally could not endure it any longer and angrily shouted, "You've gone too far! Changyang Shoten, you're far too arrogant. What kind of place do you take my Huayun sect for? Even if Chang Wuji personally came, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Who do you think you are?" The Huayun sect master's expression also became extremely ugly after hearing Jianchen's words. Even the surrounding Huayun sect disciples were stunned by Jianchen's words. They all looked at Jianchen as if they were looking at an idiot. The two Grand Elders walked out at the same time and expressionlessly said, "Since it's like that, then let's have a spar. Let's see the skills of the Changyang Prefecture's fourth young master. Let's go." After saying that, the two Grand Elders both took to the air and flew off into the distance. They pulled the battlefield out of the Huayun sect's territory so that it wouldn't affect the Huayun sect. Jianchen wasn't willing to fall behind either. A layer of dense wind elemental energy instantly formed around his body, wrapping around him as he shot into the sky even faster than the two Huayun sect Grand Elders. Seeing this, everyone from the Huayun sect, including Saya, was shocked. As for Ching Fei, his mouth was so wide that it could fit an egg. "No, this is definitely impossible. How can he fly? That's an ability that only Heaven Saint Masters possess." The Huayun sect master's voice trembled as a chill rose up from his body. Chapter 449. Within the palace of the Jessen Kingdom, the king of the Jessen Kingdom was seated at a table in a dazzling hall with a smile on his face as he conversed with two people across from him. One of them was young and the other was old. Both of them wore luxurious robes and exuded a unique aura that came naturally from being in a high position for a long time. Their mannerisms were natural and magnanimous. These two people were a prime minister and a prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. They had departed from the kingdom of Jessen when the war in the kingdom of Jessen had just ended. After traveling through the night, they had finally arrived at the palace of the kingdom of Jessen to meet the king of the kingdom of Jessen. The king of the kingdom of Jessen had been very busy these past 2 days. He had only received the envoys from the 4 kingdoms yesterday afternoon. There were 2 main reasons for the envoys' visit. The first was to inquire about the relationship between the Qin Empire and the Kingdom of Jessen, as well as to meet the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire. The second reason was to discuss the compensation for the Kingdom of Jessen. However, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had already left, so the envoys naturally didn't get to meet the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. However, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen had purposely divulged some important information to them. The reason the imperial advisors of the Qin Empire had come to the Kingdom of Jessen's aid was actually because they were under the orders of an imperial protector of the Qin Empire. The identity of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire had frightened the envoys so much that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They were all of high status in their respective kingdoms, so they naturally understood what the identity of the imperial protector represented. Due to the deterrence of the identity of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, the subsequent negotiations went smoothly. The four kingdoms compensated the kingdom of Jessen with a sizable sum of money and a large number of magic cores. The Anless Kingdom, the Blue Wind Kingdom, and the Hidden Dragon Kingdom had already compensated the kingdom of Jessen with more than 50 million purple coins. With this amount of compensation, the Jessen Kingdom would be able to quickly recover from the war that had just taken place in the Jessen Kingdom. However, the Pingyang Kingdom's compensation was the least out of all the other kingdoms, only a mere 1 million purple gold coins. The ambassador from the Pingyang Kingdom had a sullen expression as he explained the situation to the Jessen Kingdom's king. The treasury of the Pingyang Kingdom had been completely ransacked by a mysterious expert. Everything of value had been taken away. The negotiations between the 5 kingdoms went smoothly and ended in just 2 hours. Then, the king of the kingdom of Jessen issued an order to release the captured king of the Pingyang Kingdom. Due to the special status of the king of the Pingyang Kingdom, he was not executed. Instead, he was locked up in the prison of the northern fortress and his life was not in danger. After dealing with the matter of compensation from the 4 kingdoms, the king hadn't stopped to rest. Over the past 2 days, there had been countless envoys from the other kingdoms coming to visit him, making him very busy. But now, with the identity of the 2 people sitting in front of him, even the king of the Jessen Kingdom had to take them seriously and carefully receive them. The kingdom of Heavenly Eagle wasn't a kingdom that the kingdom of Jessen could afford to offend. The Prime Minister of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was the one conversing with the king of the kingdom of Jessen. The prince sitting at the side listened quietly and didn't interrupt. The Prime Minister of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was beating around the bush. He was trying to probe the relationship between the kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire, as well as the reason why the Qin Empire suddenly assisted the kingdom of Jessen in fending off the allied forces of the 4 kingdoms. With regards to this topic, the king of the kingdom of Jessen had already thought of an excuse that would be beneficial to the kingdom of Jessen. He also emphasized the identity of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Right now, the relationship between the kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire was still unclear. He didn't want to offend the kingdom of Heavenly Eagle. When they heard that the order to assist the kingdom of Jessen was given by the Qin Empire's imperial protector, the Prime Minister and Prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom immediately became serious. Then, the Prime Minister smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with the king before revealing the second purpose of their visit. Your Majesty, I've heard that your Princess Glan is already 20 years old and has yet to marry. Our king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom hopes that our 2 kingdoms can be allies for generations to come. Thus, this old subject is here to propose marriage. I hope that your Majesty can betroth the Princess Glan to the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The Prime Minister said amiably with a friendly smile on his face. Hearing this, the king of the kingdom of Jessen's expression changed slightly. He revealed a slightly troubled expression. This was because he had already decided to betroth the Princess Glan to the 4th young master of the Chongyang Prefecture, Chongyang Shoten. He had hoped to rope in this talented individual who was praised by even his imperial uncle. If something had happened to Chongyang Shoten in the past few years, then the marriage would have been annulled. The king of the kingdom of Jessen would have been able to arrange another marriage for the Princess Glan. However, he had already received news that Chongyang Shoten had returned 2 days ago. As a result, the marriage would have to be carried out according to the previous agreement. He could not break the agreement because the current Chongyang Prefecture was no longer the same as before. With Chongyang Shoten's strength exposed, the status of Chongyang Prefecture in the kingdom of Jessen had risen as well. Even the imperial family did not dare to offend them. The most important reason was that the king of the kingdom of Jessen had suspected more than once that the Qin Empire was assisting the kingdom of Jessen because of Changyang Prefecture. Only the Changyang ancestor, who had been missing for several decades, had this possibility. As a result, the king of the kingdom of Jessen did not dare to neglect Changyang Prefecture at all. After a moment of silence, the Jessen kingdom's king said, "Prime Minister Che, Yu is this king's only daughter. At the same time, she is also this king's most beloved daughter. Allow me to discuss this with her and see what she thinks." "That's not a problem. Your Majesty is a good father. I admire you," Prime Minister Che chuckled without showing any displeasure. The Prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom beside him did not show any displeasure either. He remained as calm as before. After that, the two sides exchanged a few pleasantries before the two envoys from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom left to rest. After the two left, the king of the Jessen Kingdom let out a long sigh and closed his eyes, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. The king of the kingdom of Jessen was very interested in the marriage that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had proposed. If he could befriend the kingdom of Jessen, the kingdom of Jessen would definitely benefit greatly. It would play an extremely important role in the development of the kingdom of Jessen. If the Qin Empire has nothing to do with the Changyang ancestor, what should I do? Should I take the risk of offending the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and betroth Yu to Changyang Shoten according to our previous agreement, or should I offend the Changyang Prefecture and the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom? The king softly murmured. With his position, he had to put the development of the kingdom of Jessen first. Although he loved his daughter dearly, there were some decisions that were not up to him. Although he knew that the fourth young master of the Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten, possessed extraordinary talent, he believed that Changyang Shoten would take a long time to truly mature. It would take at least a few decades and at most a century. It was very difficult for him to wait any longer. As for the Qin Empire, the king did not know why the Qin Empire was helping him. Perhaps it was because a senior from the kingdom of Jessen had some connection with the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. If they were willing to help him once, who could guarantee that they would help him a second time? He had to find a way out for the kingdom of Jessen. At the top of the mountain, the wind whistled through the sky, producing an ear-piercing shriek that sounded like the wailing of ghosts. 20 kilometers away from the Huayun sect's encampment, Jianchen stood in the air in luxurious white robes, coldly staring at the three people before him. "No wonder you're so arrogant. So you're already a heaven saint master." Saya stared at Jianchen with an unsightly expression. Her eyes were filled with jealousy. Jianchen did not even glance at Saya. Saya had only just become a heaven saint master, and her strength had not yet stabilized. Even among the first cycle Heaven Saint Masters, she was at the bottom. Jianchen expressionlessly stared at the two great elders. He indifferently said, "Do it. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't use your full strength, you'll lose very miserably." The two great elders did not become angry. Instead, their faces became serious. From the speed and density of the wind elemental energy in Jianchen's hands, they could tell that Jianchen's control over the energy of the world was greater than theirs. The two great elders looked at each other, understanding each other's thoughts with a single glance. They both took out their saint weapons at the same time. Both were swords of the same shape, and with a shake of their hands, they shot out two powerful sword chi at Jianchen. Saya did not dare fall behind. A huge sword appeared in her hand, and she actually quickly charged at Jianchen. Saya firmly believed that if he and the two great elders attacked together, Jianchen would definitely not be able to stop them. After all, his age was there for all to see. Jianchen's hands grabbed at the air, and the fire elemental energy in the surroundings condensed at an unbelievable speed. In an instant, it condensed into 3 fire elemental swords that emitted a monstrous wave of heat. They turned into red streaks of light that shot toward the 3 great elders. Boom! A violent explosion rang out in the sky. waves of fire shot out in all directions, turning the sky red. The violent energy waves completely devoured the surrounding clouds, and a small patch of blue appeared in the vast white sky. The two great elders' sword chi were scattered, and Saya's figure was obstructed. Saint Force surged out of her body, forming an energy barrier around her to block the surrounding waves of fire. Jianshan's figure moved, and under the guidance of the wind elemental energy, he quickly approached Saya. His right hand formed a palm, and the fire elemental energy in the surroundings rapidly condensed again, condensing into a powerful ball of elemental energy in front of his palm. You have no right to participate in a battle like this. Piss off, Jianshan coldly said, and then his palm shot out like lightning. The moment it approached Saya's chest, the yuan qi condensed in front of his palm suddenly erupted, breaking through Saya's defenses with an unstoppable force and viciously striking Saya's chest. Pfft! Saya immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly paled, and he lost control of his body. Like a kite with its string cut, he fell from the sky. Chapter 450. The expressions of the two great elders changed when they saw that Saya had been defeated in a single clash. Their opinion of Jianshan's strength increased once again. I never thought that he would possess strength that is no weaker than mine at such a young age. This is unbelievable, the two great elders thought to themselves. The two great elders thought at the same time. However, their hands did not stop moving at all. The two of them quickly charged toward Jianshan and swung their saint weapons at Jianshan with powerful pulses of energy, preventing him from harming Saya any further. Jianshan's eyes suddenly became purplish-green. Countless trees in the forest below exploded, filling the air with wood shavings. They shot toward the two great elders like moths to a flame, completely enveloping the two great elders under their shocked gazes. At this moment, Saya had also stabilized his falling body. He once again condensed the energy of the world to keep himself afloat in the air. His face had already become extremely gloomy, and his gaze towards Jianshan was filled with coldness. His mind was still constantly replaying what Jianshan had said earlier. You don't have the right to participate in a battle like this. Piss off. At this moment, Saya felt deeply humiliated. The disdain in Jianshan's voice was just so obvious. This was a heavy blow to Saya, who had just become a Heaven Saint Master and had stepped into the ranks of the peak experts of the continent. He had been defeated in just a single round. Moreover, he had been defeated by a young man who was not even in his 20s. Changyang Shoten. Saya's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Jianshan in the air. He muttered Changyang Shoten's name through gritted teeth, as if he wanted to engrave the name deeply into his mind. In the air, the two great elders did not dare to be careless in the face of the dense rain of wood shavings. Saint Force surged out of their bodies, condensing into a barrier around them in a single moment. They could only use this method to block the dense rain of attack. The dense rain of sawdust struck the two great elders, causing the barrier of Saint Force around them to violently tremble, as if it would shatter at any moment. The two great elders' expressions drastically changed. The power of the wood shavings had exceeded their imaginations. Without any hesitation, the two of them roared out at the same time. An even more surging Saint Force surged out of their bodies, forming an even more solid barrier around them. Only after the two of them used all their strength to maintain the barrier did they finally stabilize. However, this consumed an extremely large amount of their Saint Force, so they could not last very long. High Earth Tier Battle Skill, Flame Dazzle. One of the great elders roared out. The fire element in the surroundings rapidly condensing into a huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters in front of him. It shot toward Jianshan with intense heat. The other great elder used this opportunity to charge out of the encirclement of wood shavings and shot toward Jianshan. He roared out, "Space-shattering slash!" As he spoke, the huge sword in his hand shone with a dazzling yellow light. It slashed toward Jianshan with surging energy. Jianchen slowly moved his hands in front of him. With his mind, the wood shavings in the air began to dance in an orderly manner. In the end, they actually condensed into two huge swords that radiated with azure and violet sword chi. Both swords were 10 meters long and half a meter wide. Swish! With a flash of purple and green light, two giant swords made of grass and wood shot toward the two of them with an ear-piercing sound. Boom! One of the huge swords collided with the huge fireball, creating a huge explosion. The fireball exploded and turned into a wave of fire that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The entire sky turned red, and the thin clouds in the surroundings were completely evaporated by the intense heat. At the same time, the other huge sword collided with the Great Elder charging toward Jianchen. The 10-meter-long sword was shattered by the Great Elder's high Earth Tier battle skill, but the Great Elder's charging figure was also stopped. The high Earth Tier battle skill that he had been preparing was also broken. Take another one of my space shattering slashes. The Great Elder roared and once again used the same Earth Tier battle skill to slash at Jianchen. A cold smile appeared on Jianchen's face. If it was a Heaven Tier battle skill, even a low Heaven Tier battle skill would be able to injure him. However, an Earth Tier battle skill would hardly be a threat to him. Bang! Bang! Several large trees suddenly exploded, filling the sky with wood shavings. Along the way, the shavings condensed into a 10-meter-long sword that shot into the sky. Following a huge explosion, the two collided once more, blocking the Great Elder's space shattering slashes. After using a high-grade Earth-class battle skill twice, both of which had been so easily blocked, the Huayun Sect's Grand Elder finally lost his patience. The space-splitting saber slash was already his strongest battle skill. If even that was unable to do anything to his opponent, then there was nothing else he could do. Damn it, let's see how many times you can block my attacks. Space-shattering slashes. The veins on the Grand Elder's forehead throbbed violently. He couldn't even deal with a rising star in his 20s. This made him lose face, and he used the same battle technique for the third time. Junior apprentice brother, I'll help you. Flame God Sword Art, 7th style. The other Great Elder charged at Jianchen, holding a fiery red sword. The two of them attacked Jianchen from both sides. It's time to end this, Jianchen murmured. The violet and azure light in his eyes gradually faded away as a layer of dense, almost tangible sword chi slowly shot out from his right hand. Jianchen charged towards one of them with the origin energy of the sword spirits in his hand. The origin energy of the sword spirits left behind a dazzling streak of light in the air as it swept over with lightning-like speed, colliding with the saint weapon of the Great Elder who had used the space-splitting slash. Ding! With a light sound, the violet and azure sword chi's origin energy cut through the Great Elder's saint weapon like tofu. The Great Elder immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated in horror. His face was full of shock. At this moment, the other Great Elder also approached Jianchen, the yellow sword in his hand chopping down with great force. Jianchen swung the origin energy of the sword spirits to meet the Great Elder's attack without any fear. When the two collided, the Great Elder's face changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body rapidly retreating as if he had been heavily injured. How is this possible? You actually destroyed my saint weapon. The other Great Elder involuntarily cried out in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Jianchen didn't let the two of them go. Wrapped in wind elemental energy, he quickly chased after one of them. The violet and azure sword spirit's origin energy chopped down once again, forcing the Great Elder to raise his saint weapon to block. Ding! With a light sound, another two-finger-sized gap appeared in the Great Elder's saint weapon. With his saint weapon damaged one after another, his injuries became even more severe. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. At this moment, the two Great Elders fully understood the power of the violet and azure sword spirit's origin energy. Seeing that Jianchen still wanted to continue his attacks, the other great elder's face changed greatly. He hurriedly yelled, "Changyang Shoten, stop!" Jianchen stopped. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of dense wind elemental energy. His heroic figure stood between the heavens and earth. The origin energy of the violet and azure sword spirits in his right hand fluctuated, making him seem like a mighty god of war. Jianchen emotionlessly looked at the great elder who had spoken, but he didn't say anything. The great elder looked at the gap in his saint weapon before looking at the other great elder, who was even more heavily injured. He could not help but let out a long sigh. After hesitating for a very long time, he finally unwillingly said, "We admit defeat." After he finished speaking, the Supreme Elder seemed to have aged a lot, and his expression became somewhat dispirited. The other great elder stabilized himself in the air. His face had also become rather dazed. He did not wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, allowing the blood to drip onto his clothes. His eyes were empty. No matter who it was, this result was very difficult to accept. 2 veteran Heaven Saint Masters had actually been defeated by a junior. The most difficult thing to accept was that this junior was only in his 20s. Sigh, I'm old. I can't keep using it. Changyang Shoten, you've won. Both of us have been defeated by you. One of the great elders sighed, his face very dispirited. At this moment, Saya also flew up from below. She looked at the 2 great elders in disbelief as her heart churned. Jianchen withdrew the origin energy of the violet and azure sword spirit. Crossing his arms, he said, "Elders, let's go back and deal with this matter. Now that it's settled, I should return as well." The 2 great elders sighed again and nodded. Without saying anything else, they turned around and flew back to the Huayun sect's encampment. At this moment, all the disciples of the Huayun sect had put down what they were doing and gathered in front of the sect. They looked at the distant sky and discussed spiritedly. The entire mountain was buzzing with activity. When the 3 great elders and Jianchen landed in front of the sect, the originally chattering disciples immediately quieted down. Although there were over 1,000 people gathered in such a large place, it was strangely quiet. However, when they saw the condition of the 4 of them, all the disciples were astonished. Their faces were full of disbelief. Of the 4, only Jianchen was in good condition. He did not seem to have changed at all. As for the 2 great elders and the 3 Heaven Saint Masters, their faces were pale. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of their mouth. The 2 great elders' dispirited expressions could be clearly seen by anyone with some eyesight.